that. Of course, if the court has any questions for my client, or if the defendants have any questions for my client, they're free to ask. And then,
so you've got
Ms. closing.
Okay, so you've got Ms. Ellison as your main fact witness, as in what's going on the property, yes. And then a handful of witnesses who will talk about the cost of remediation, damages, etc. Correct. Okay. Are you Mr. Nance?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Nance? I'm Judge McBurney. I'm doing all right too. I'm happy to be back in Atlanta. It was hard to get here. I was stuck because of this whole Delta can't get its planes where they need to go. But here we are. Mr. Nance, I'm gonna catch you up to speed. Ms. Ellison has sued you and the Caters about the impact on her property of work that was done on the Caters property and maybe work you did on your property. We are going to hear from her lawyer and whatever witnesses that he calls. You'll be free when it's your turn to put on any evidence you want to put on. You represent yourself. So I don't know if you've spoken with the Caters, but Mr. Cater and Ms. Cater, they won't be your representative. It's sort of each for his or her own. That doesn't mean that you all can't agree on things and say, you know what, I don't have anything to add beyond what Ms. Cater had to say. But when, just as an example, it sounds like Ms. Ellison is going to be testifying shortly. When her lawyer is done asking questions, I'm going to ask each of the three of you if you have any questions for Ms. Ellison. You don't have to have any at all, but if you do have them, you're going to be free to ask them. Mr. Morton may object if they're not legally proper, et cetera, but we'll work through it. I just want to let you know, as I explained to the Caters, that there will come a point where I'll say, and what do you want to do? And you can say, I don't have anything to add, or I want to say this or that. For each of the three of you, if you want to get into evidence, what you think and have to say about it, you'll actually have to testify. So you won't just get to stand up and say, let me tell you something, Judge. You would need to take the witness stand and be sworn in so that Mr. Morton would have a chance to ask you questions. It would start out by you telling your version of events. There wouldn't be anyone asking you questions. That's how it would work if you had a lawyer. Someone would say, Ms. Cater, where do you live? Tell us how it started with this dirt pile and how long have you known Ms. Ellison? You're just going to say it. If you want to, you don't have to do anything. But when each of you is done, should you decide to testify, Mr. Morton will have an opportunity to ask you questions from Ms. Ellison's perspective. Okay? How long do you think your presentation will last, Mr. Morton?
I would say a couple hours, might go into a.
Okay, we've got all day. We will take breaks as you all need them. So if someone needs to take a break, let me know. We'll obviously break for lunch. And if our court reporter needs any breaks, she should let us know about that. Let me make sure the witness monitor is on. It is. Great. Okay. Mr. Morton, I feel like I understand what the issue is, but it would probably be helpful to orient everyone involved if you gave a brief opening describing your contentions, because then I think everyone will be in a position to say, yes, we agree, or no, that's not what happened, and we'll go from there. Okay. All
right. We'll try to be brief, Judge. We have three properties here, as you've already mentioned. For orientation purposes, the three properties are sort of in a row. My client's property is the southernmost property. Mr. Nance's property is in the middle, and then the Cater's property is the most northern property.
So even though the Caters and Ms. Ellison live on the same street, just the way the geography works, Mr. Nance's property separates the two?
Yeah, his property in the back comes almost like a V to a point between the two properties.
So if I was walking out the back of the Cater's house because I wanted to go deliver Ms. Ellison a peach pie, I would actually walk across some of Nance's property to get to Ellison property.
I wouldn't suggest that you walk it based on what you're going to see in these pictures, but yes, if you decide to walk, you would.
If I had real
line, you would cross over Mr. Nance's property.
If I had real deep waders, I could try to do that. Okay. All right. Got it.
And sometime in 2021, the Caters had several truckloads of dirt dumped in the back of their property. And of course, you're going to see pictures of that. the city got involved and stopped whatever work was being done back there, and some citations were issued.
And city is College Park for all three parcels?
Well, it's actually city of South Fulton.
Oh, South Fulton, because one of the addresses said College Park, but it's South Fulton?
Yeah, when you get down there, they start to get mixed up here.
Okay.
So you'll see with the zip codes, some will say Atlanta and some will say East Point, but it's the same zip code.
Okay.
So, and there were citations issued. Those citations were pled guilty to and paid, and the work stopped. However, the dirt remained. And then, of course, once it starts raining, all the dirt comes washing down off the caterer's property. It wants to seek the lowest point. Of course, the lowest point is Miss Ellison's property. So it washes down the caterer's property, washes across Mr. Nance's property, and ends up on my client's property. We have excess water runoff. Of course, we have all that dirt is making its way to my client's property as well. When that happened, I guess Mr. Nance realized that there were some things going on with his property as well. So he, I assume, attempted to do some remediation work on his property. And what he did was he installed a rock drainage ditch that attempted to take the dirt or take the water to the back of his property, but that ditch ultimately filled in with all the dirt that was coming across the property. And now we have a pipe that's sort of forcing all the property directly onto my client's property. And of course, you'll see the photos of that as well. Since then, nothing's really been done. The water and the dirt just continue to come onto my client's property.
So this dirt pile you're describing that we'll see was so large that it's still there and runoff is coming from it, or the dirt pile's gone?
The caterer's property sits a little bit higher. So there's a little hillside, and all that dirt is just making its way down that hillside. And of course, running across Mr. Nance's and then onto my client's property.
Okay.
And you'll see current pictures showing the dirt still, you can see how the dirt's still falling down and moving.
Okay.
My client, of course, tried to do some remediation work herself. She put in a small drain along the back of her property, but that's not getting the job done. The water is getting worse, and the water is actually now not only running across the back of her property, but at times there's so much of it, it's moving up her property towards the house.
So we're not in a situation yet where we're going to see pictures of muddy water in the living room?
No,
okay.
Not yet.
Not yet.
And of course, that water and dirt is, of course, damaging the ground of her property. It's also, she's got a wooden fence across the back. It has damaged that fence as well, caused that fence to basically rot and start to fall down. She's had to remove pieces of that fence to keep it from getting any worse. And so, we're here today. You'll hear from Miss Ellison. You'll hear from our witnesses. They'll explain what's going on to you, what it's going to take to fix it, why it's happening. And of course, we've got some estimates for getting the water issue resolved with French drains and all of that such, as well as estimates on fixing her fence once the water issue is taken care of.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Cater, that was an opening statement. That's not evidence. That's not proof of anything. That's what Mr. Morton thinks the evidence will show. You are welcome to give an opening statement as well if you want to say, let me tell you what I think you're really going to hear, but you can also just wait for the evidence to come in as people testify. Is there anything you want to share with me right now?
Yeah, actually, I know when the code enforcement came and everything, they were saying basically the builders, because I didn't see any erosion, falling off. But if anything, it would have caked up by that supposed to be like little river that that's dividing us. Because actually, I'm in a new neighborhood. I'm in a new community.
You've moved from this property?
No, I'm in a newer community. They're in the older one. Like, that's not connected.
Oh, so even though you live on the same street as Miss Ellison.
I don't live on the same street, though.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I thought your address was, let me get this again. I thought you were at, no, you are the Beaver Creek Trail. Yeah. Okay, and it's Mr. Nance who is also on Valley Bend Lane. Yeah. Got it. Okay. I had it flipped around. So that's why their properties touch, because they're 140, 150. You're in a different,
correct.
We'll call it a different neighborhood, but your property touches or abuts Mr. Nance's at least. Okay.
So during the process and all that. So, cause I know code enforcement, they stopped, and then I had to, basically I had to go back and do what the builders were supposed to do automatically, because he was like, I forgot which officer it was, but he was like, yeah, this is the builder's fault, because I had to install my own silt fencing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it was probably like over 100 meters wide, you know, and I had to do all that to get it all together. But
How big is your lot?
it's not, how many square foot would you say? It's probably like maybe 1,500 square foot.
Okay.
If that, it's not that big, you know. But other than that, yeah, we didn't see anything as far as the runoff. When it ran off, it was in like right there, because there's rocks inside the little river, you know.
Okay. Well, there'll be pictures, and you'll be able to narrate when you see the pictures to say, this is what I think this means, and we'll take it from there. All right. Ms. Cater, anything you want to add?
I was just going to say the same thing that my husband said. We're in a new neighborhood, new house, and they're in an older neighborhood, and which I already know that that's been going on. You can tell by the pictures when you see them that the erosion been there. The house looked like it's over, 20 years old, and ours new. So no, it wasn't running down in the back. And like the code enforcement told us, they said that it was the builder's fault. They told the builders to put that down there, because he said in a few years, like all the houses on our street is going to run off.
Yeah.
So he said. So he said he don't know why they didn't install it. I don't know why. We tried to call the builders to talk to them, and they're not answering the phone at all. And I just don't understand. Like, if the water was running off of our property, it would have went on to Mr. Nance's property, because his house sits behind ours directly. And it looks like it's a pond back there as well. So I'm not understanding how our property runs off of onto her property, which it didn't, but I know it's going to be pictures of it, but.
Well, and that's what we'll talk about.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to work through too, if Mr. Nance's property is in between, but we'll
his
see.
property is directly behind ours. So when I'm in my kitchen, I can see his whole entire backyard.
Yeah.
So, and he can see ours too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Nance, anything you want to add at this time?
Yes, I do. There's a retention pond that sits to the, if you're in her backyard, it's a retention pond.
When you say her backyard, Ms. Ellison's? Okay.
There's a retention pond that sits to the left. There's a drain line that comes from the top of me and Miss Ellison neighborhood directly through our backyards. So there's a ditch that goes from the top of the neighborhood all the way through our backyard. So, and also when the work started, because I actually just cleaned off an area.
Yeah.
In my backyard. When I cleaned out the area, because it was a fence, but I had more property back there, but it was like a whole bunch of like weeds and vines and stuff back there. And I got a lot of kids, so I wanted to clean it off so I could make sure they have no playground.
Yeah.
But in the process there, I actually put up a silk fence. That was before anything was brought into their backyard. So because I noticed that once I cleaned it off, the water started really flowing like it should have been flowing from the beginning. But it was all type of stuff back there blocking it up. So that's the first thing I want to say. And also, what I would like to bring to everybody's attention, that Ms. Ellison came to me and asked me that I want to sue them. And I told her no. They actually, what the problem was, he actually wanted me to build him a retention wall, because I do construction. So when we started putting the retention wall up, they came out and stopped the process.
You were trying to build Mr. Cater a retention wall. Yeah. Got it. And then the city came out and stopped it?
They told us that he had removed the dirt. So we got some of the dirt removed. So what I did, so I would not flood, so we did not flood in Ellison yard after everything was done, because we still had our silk fence up. I got pictures to prove that as well. I installed a 16-inch drain pipe.
Okay.
Which do not go into her yard, but it goes in the back towards the retention pond. So
okay. Well, we'll look at these pictures and see what we see.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Before we pivot to your first witness, what is the update on our credit card case?
Yeah, Judge, I'm going to be filing a voluntary dismissal, and if opposing counsel has no objections, if you give me about 30 or 45 minutes, I will file it before I leave. You have my word as an officer of the court and as somebody who routinely for the last 2 weeks where I walk around, people call me Judge or tell me that I look like Judge McBurney.
Uh-oh, that's a little scary.
Yeah.
We need to fix that one.
So that is our announcement.
Mr. Davis, can you confirm that, please? Mr. Davis, you there?
He confirmed, yeah.
Well, I have a question to ask him, so I need you to unmute Mr. Davis from your virtual location.
He says it's on vacation.
I understand, but can he unmute?
I'm texting him.
Okay.
Hello.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, can you confirm the resolution of your case with JP Morgan?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Daniel Graney said it was going to dismiss it without prejudice.
Okay. And you'll take care of that this morning. So by the time we're breaking for lunch, that voluntary dismissal should be filed.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis, thank you for dialing in.
Well, thank you for allowing me, Your Honor.
All right, take care. All right, now it's just us. Deputy Gordon, are you okay having, I assume you're with Mr. Nance? Ms. Nance, nice to meet you. I don't mind that you're sitting right there. You're all right that she's in that little corridor?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, good. I don't think we have anyone in custody. That door right there goes to the jail cell, but I don't think we've got anyone. I hope there are no witnesses in the case coming out through there. But otherwise, that'd be an issue if that, I think we're good. Okay, then we're back to Ellison versus Caters and Nance. Mr. Morton, why don't you call your first witness?
I will call Miss Ellison to the stand.
All right, Ms. Ellison, if you come on up, Deputy Gordon's going to swear you in.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Can you state your name for the record?
Natasha, Natasha Ellison, Ellison.
And Judge, may I stay here because I'll be showing the pictures?
So yes, no, that's fine, as long as you speak loudly. And Ms. Ellison, if you'll move the microphone up a little, and your chair doesn't have wheels, which is for your safety, so you don't roll off the witness stand. But if you could scoot your chair forward a little bit, so that folks, in particular the court reporter who's not in the courtroom, she's going to hear you because you're talking into the microphone. Okay, thank you so much.
Miss Ellison, where do you live?
I live at 140 Valley Bend Lane, College Park, Georgia, 30349.
And where is that in relation to where Mr. Nance lives?
Next door,
And where is that in relation to where the Caters live?
behind Mr. Nance.
And so as we were explaining earlier, there's a piece of Mr. Nance's land that's between you and the Caters.
Yes.
In general, can you explain why we're here?
Well, on approximately March 5th of 2021, the Caters brought in 2 truckloads of topsoil, and that topsoil was dumped on their property for some reason or another. And at some point, I found out that they were not able to complete the project. About 2 weeks later, we had a hard storm to come, rain, and all of that topsoil came down the hill as mud, flowed into Mr. Nance's property and then onto my property.
Before that dirt was dumped on the Caters property, had you had any problems with mud or water?
No, sir.
And how long have you been living at this property?
About 27 years.
May I share the screen, Judge?
Sure.
Miss Ellison, can you see on the screen there? I'm showing you some photos.
There's a,
And
Oh, let me, stay mute, press that one. Yep. And that happens to be a touch screen, so if you need your witness, whoever your witness is, to mark something up, we can do that.
Okay.
excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Does your screen, Ms. Cater, in front of you show what I'm seeing, which is right now, like there's a picture of a house up a hill?
Yes.
You can see that? Great, okay. And it should be, it's not really helpful because it's facing the jury, but that big monitor should have the same thing on it. But are the three of you able to share? Okay.
And I'm showing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit H, which is several photos. And we're looking at the first one. Can you tell me what that photo is showing?
So the house on the hill are the Caters, and next to the house, you see where there was some erosion on their property. And below that erosion and fence is Mr. Nance's property. You can see continued flow of mud into his property that flowed into mine.
And this is a photo that you took, correct?
Yes, correct,
And this is a true and accurate copy of the photo that you took.
correct.
It hasn't been altered in any way.
No,
And so,
So the green ball, just so I understand, that would be a ball of Mr. Nance or his kids, and that fence would be what separates your yard from Mr. Nance's yard.
correct.
And then there's a fence on the other side, and that would be the other side of Mr. Nance's yard, as best you understand it?
Yes, the back part of it, like all of that is his fence,
Okay,
separating his yard from the Caters.
or yours. Or your yard, right? The fence separates his yard from yours and his yard from the Caters.
The one where the green ball is separates my yard and Mr. Nance, and then the other fence separates his yard with the Caters.
Okay.
and I will zoom in a little bit there. So
Over here.
that dirt that we see there in
this
the
my house, my
background
house.
below that house, that's the dirt that we're talking about was dumped.
Correct.
And it's dirt, there's no grass or anything on that dirt.
No, it began to erode again.
And there's grooves in
Yes.
that dirt, so that's showing where the water is basically washing away that dirt, correct?
Correct.
And I'm showing you the next picture, that's a close-up showing the dirt pile being washed away.
Correct.
Now, this third photo, what is this showing?
So at some point, I contacted the city of South Fulton to ask for some assistance in getting this resolved. And they were able to get, I guess, either the Caters or the Nance to put up this green material to stop the mud flow. And also that silk fence was put up, but it did not stop the erosion.
So they tried to stop it, but weren't able to do so?
No, I continue to get mud and water into my yard, which is here. You can see where the mud flow continued to deteriorate the land, the property. The green material is deteriorated as well, continue to get water and mud flowing.
So this photo I'm showing you is after the green material and the silt fence was put in,
Yes,
and it's
correct.
showing that that did not assist in stopping the mud and water flowing.
Correct.
Why is it that you say, Ms. Ellison, that like the little canyon we see there is Cater property as opposed to just the neighbor? How did you figure out that that's their yard as opposed to, because it looks like a recent development, maybe their yard ends 5 feet behind their house and that's general community property?
Right. I just know that that's where they brought in the 2 dump loads of topsoil and they dumped it.
Okay. And when you say they, how is it that you know that it was the Caters who did that as opposed to, I'm making the name up, but the Beaver Creek Trail Homeowners Association put the dirt there?
Well, the day that the topsoil was brought in, I saw Mr. Nance and the Caters up there at the top of the hill doing that
Okay,
particular or watching over that process.
okay.
And I spoke with Mr. Nance later that day and asked what was going on, and he told me that they had brought in the topsoil.
Okay, so you have word of mouth that it was the caterers who brought the topsoil in, not the neighborhood association or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Also, the city of South Fulton confirmed that the engineer that I work with.
I guess they're the ones who said you shouldn't have brought it in and you need to stop doing what you're doing. Okay.
I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit H.
Any objection, Mr. Cater, to the admission? Is H, how many of those the ones we just saw?
Yeah, there was 4 photos.
4 photos, that's H.
That's H.
Okay, Mr. Cater, any objection to the admission of H?
H, as far as I see, it was just running off of Mr. Nance's yard, which he didn't have him.
So I'm gonna be asking each of the 3 of you, every time there is an exhibit that Mr. Morton wants to enter, you'll be able to later, when it's your turn, say, hey, let me tell you about H. I just want to know if you have an objection to it. There's been what we call a foundation laid. This witness has said those are fair and accurate pictures. Now she's narrating them and you may have a different narration for them. So that's not what that picture shows. But do you have any objection that, nah, that's been doctored, there wasn't dirt there, that's not my house, that's Texas, and we didn't live there then? Or yeah, that's what it looked like. That's Mr. Nance's yard, that's our yard?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so no objection to those pictures being admitted?
No.
Okay, Ms. Cater?
You talking about the last picture?
Well, it's all 4. It was all, usually we do give each picture its own, but this H is 4 pictures, so it was the 4 we were looking at.
I object.
And tell me what you object about.
So this right here is not our yard. Our yard only stops right. I can't even really show you.
Yeah, well, so I'm gonna stop you for a sec, because you'll get a chance. You may want to, when you're testifying, have that picture up. And like I said, this screen, you can make a mark, you could draw a little circle saying, here's where our yard is. But this picture is being admitted as a accurate picture of that hillside.
Right.
It's not being admitted as proof that that's your hill.
Mhm.
And so if you're objecting, the objection would be that it's not relevant or it's been doctored. But what I'm hearing you say is, wait, there's a different story behind this picture. And you'll get a chance to share that story if you want. Do you have any concern that these pictures are not what they depict, that there actually was a house that got erased using Photoshop or anything like that?
So I'm gonna just say I object and I'll just wait to tell my side.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Nance, any objection to these pictures being admitted?
No, sir.
Okay, H is admitted.
I'm now showing you what I've marked as plaintiff's exhibit I. I just want to go through these with you. These are photos that you took, correct?
Correct.
And these are true and accurate copies of the photos you took.
Yes.
They haven't been altered in any way.
No.
So let's start with the first one here. What is this showing?
So after the hard rain, the mud and water poured down into Mr. Nance, into my yard, and it overflowed, and mud took to the back part of my backyard, up the opposite side of Miss Nance's yard of my fence.
And for orientation purposes for the court, there's a chain link fence that runs along the border between you and Mr. Nance.
Correct.
And then when you get to the back of your property, then you have this wooden fence running across the back of your property.
Yes, I have the separated one fence, and then I have the solid wooden fence that goes up the opposite side of the yard.
So this is showing the water coming onto your property and then running across the back of your property.
Yes, and then going up.
So if I were standing in your backyard with my back to your house, Mr. Nance's, this fence you share with Mr. Nance with that green ball,
Yes.
that would be to my right.
Correct. Yes.
And this is more to the left or to the far back of your yard, what we
Both.
see here?
Yes.
Both, okay. And you've testified to this effect already, but I want to confirm this type of runoff and accumulation of mud and silt and water, this was a new event, or every August this happens in your backyard?
Events after the 2 dump trucks of topsoil were applied to the caterer's yard and the hard rain came through. I looked out the window.
And
That
had this
morning?
unhappy development?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And going through the photos, what is this next photo showing?
Just another picture of that day of the details of how much mud flowed across the back part of the yard and then began to go up the long fence part of my yard.
And this, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this would have been 2021. So this is 3 years ago.
Yes.
Okay.
And this water running across the back of your property, that's damaging your fence?
Yes, water and mud.
All right, and what's the next photo showing?
Just additional pictures of the mud. Of course, it's filled in the bottom of my fence. You can't even see. There's no 4-inch height between the ground and my fence anymore.
So you're saying that there was a 4-inch gap between the bottom of your fence and the land
Yes, correct.
before these events?
Yes,
And now that gap has been filled in by mud and dirt?
correct.
And I believe this photo is showing after the water stopped running, we have this mud just laying back there.
Yes, correct.
And what is this photo showing?
So this is the back cross of my backyard, the start of the mud. Well, it already flowed in and filled in the small trench area. And of course, it turns and go up the side of my yard. But all that whole area from the shrubbery to your left, all the way back to that tree is all full of mud.
You describing a trench, was that trench there before? That's something you had in your backyard?
It was just there.
Okay,
That's the way the land was set.
okay.
And this next photo
It's additional,
showing more of the,
yes, additional picture of what it looked like when the mud flowed into my yard.
and this photo actually shows, you can see to the right, that's the chain link fence.
Correct,
So this is the back corner of your property and Mr. Nance's property.
correct.
And again, this is showing the back corner of your property and Mr. Nance's property.
Correct. You can see water flowing in on the back of the fence and also the chain link fence.
And this is actually a photo when it is raining.
Yes, correct.
And another photo showing it's raining.
Yes.
And you can see almost a little stream here. Can you explain where that water's coming from?
So that's another area of Mr. Nance's property where the water is flowing in.
So it's coming off of Mr. Nance's property onto your property.
Correct.
It's not coming from the street.
No.
And what do we have here?
This picture of Mr. Nance's yard, you can see the water and the mud. And on the other side of the silk fence, my yard, you can see where the water is pooling up, down, going up his chain link fence.
So that's, you can see Mr. Nance's property in the background showing all the mud that's on his property, correct?
Correct,
And then showing the water running on your property.
correct.
And again, this water is coming from Mr. Nance's property.
Yes,
It's not coming from the street.
correct.
And all these photos, all this water and mud that we're seeing, this is all things that happened after the Caters dumped the dirt on their property.
Correct,
This did not exist before that.
correct. Did not
Mhm.
exist.
And for the 27 years that you've been living there, this didn't exist before the Caters dumped the dirt.
Correct. Never had an issue.
I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit I.
Mr. Cater, same question. Any objection to Exhibit I?
Yes, Your Honor. So she's saying that it's coming upstream from Mr. Nance's yard. Mr. Nance is her neighbor, right?
So I'm gonna interrupt you again. My question about objection is
Okay, yeah.
not, do you agree with her testimony? I don't think you agree with her
I agree.
testimony, but the pictures, do they show what they show, or do you think they
I
were
do.
doctored and she's out there with a hose filling up her own backyard to make it look that way? Or, hey, if we were standing in her backyard in March of 2021, that's what it would have looked like. That's all. When I'm asking about the pictures, do they show what the situation would have looked like? Not why was the situation that way?
Object.
You'll be able to provide your own narration when it's your turn.
Object, Your Honor.
You do object or you do not?
Object.
Okay, tell me what is your evidentiary objection to Exhibit I?
If it's coming from,
And you can scroll. You want to look at a different picture? Which one do you want to see?
the one before that one. This one right here.
Okay.
If it's coming, because she admitted that it's a trench, right? Because it's like a little river basin that divides our property. Because I'm uphill,
Yeah.
and they're downhill. So they're
Right.
I'm downstream. They're downstream. I'm upstream.
Right.
So she already admitted she has a trench, and that trench is coming from that little river basin that's that's dividing us. So she never filled up that trench. Had she filled up that trench, and of course their neighbors do, the water would be coming sideways.
Okay. You may be right. But I'm not hearing you say this picture is a false picture or.
Oh, no, it's not false.
Okay. That's all we're getting at when I say any objection is, do you think these pictures are somehow?
I don't feel like they're altered.
Okay. All right. Ms. Cater, do you feel like these pictures are altered in any way or they are fair and accurate depictions of these two backyards when it rains a lot?
I just feel like this coming from the pond, so.
I hear you, and you're gonna be able to talk about that.
Okay.
And Ms. Ellison is saying something different, and she's entitled to her perspective on where it's coming from. But you don't. What I need to understand is if you think someone has messed with these pictures and photoshopped in mud where there wouldn't be mud, or it was actually a sunny day and they've made it look like a rainy day.
I would say no.
Okay, Mr. Cater, same question.
No, I don't feel.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said Mr. Nance. I should have said Mr. Nance. Same question.
No objection.
Okay, so I'm admitting Exhibit I. I understand there are different ways to interpret these photos, and at the appropriate time, you'll be able to give your explanation for, wait a minute, there's this retention pond. If you really had a camera and you followed that, you'd see it's coming from the retention pond or whatever you want to share. Okay, I is admitted.
Ms. Ellison, you just heard mention of a pond. Can you
Yes.
tell the court what that is?
Okay, so the retention pond is more than 20, 30 feet past my property line. If you're looking out from the back door to the back of my backyard.
Is there a picture where she could say it's past some mark? I don't know if you've got a picture showing,
It's come. I can see it from right here.
you can see it in this, okay. Wait, but thank you. Shh. Can you see the picture that's on the screen?
There's a retention pond on this screen.
Okay, which direction would I walk to get to the retention pond?
You would walk to the left past my property line to get to a retention pond.
Is the retention pond behind your property or to the left of your property? Or both?
There's another house directly behind my property because the Caters are in a cul-de-sac.
Uh-huh.
There's a curve, and then behind their house is the retention pond.
Okay,
And Mr. Landsberger probably can show you that details.
So there's a house between, another house between you and the detention pond.
Well, the detention pond, yeah, the detention pond is behind the house in the other neighborhood, straight ahead, behind their house somewhere. It's not even
And you won't stand.
behind
Okay.
my house.
So let me ask you this, is this water coming from that detention pond?
No.
Yes.
All right, so let's jump ahead a little bit. I'm showing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit L. And again, these are pictures that you took, correct?
Correct,
And these are true and accurate copies of the pictures that you took.
correct.
You haven't altered them in any way.
No.
So let's look at this first photo. What is this showing?
Okay, this is continued water to drain onto my property and deteriorate my fence.
what time frame are we in now? Is this still March of 2021?
These are the most recent photos. I believe this is current 2024.
Well, I'm not asking you, you're not the witness, so I don't know.
They were date stamped. I can't see the I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I didn't mean to, it's not a quiz. I just was curious. You guys actually don't get, there'll be a time, and Ms. Nance, you actually never get to say anything. You weren't sued. You can say things to your husband and he can say things. And he can call you as a witness, but the three parties are those three right there. Okay.
Are these recent photos showing the condition of your property as it is right now?
Yes,
And this is showing what your fence looks like right now?
yes,
And it looks like the fence is rotting, correct?
yes, it has.
And we still see water going across the back,
Up the side.
correct?
Mhm.
Is that water coming from Mr. Nance's property?
Yes,
Is that water coming from the detention pond?
no,
And I'm showing you this photo. Well, what is this showing?
so the long portion of the fence is still up, it's rotten. The back portion of the fence has been taken down. And you can see part of it in the screen to the right. So the water continued to flow, massive amount of water continued to flow into the property and then across the back of the backyard and up the fence.
So to the right of this photo would be Mr. Nance's property.
Correct.
And we can see it looks like part of the fence is already down on the right-hand side.
Yes, I took the back portion and the entrance of my yard fence down.
And that's, the fence is rotting.
Yes, correct.
When did you take that fence down?
I took the fence down in February of 2022.
And this is another photo showing that the fence is, part of the fence is removed.
Yes,
And you
correct.
can see Mr. Nance's property there on the side.
What is the house in the back? Is that the Caters or is that other house you were saying?
Set behind them is a retention pond.
Okay.
Over there.
So the house we can see behind those trees, it belongs to no one involved in this litigation.
Correct.
Okay.
And the detention pond is to the left of that house?
It's another house next to their house and somewhere in between those two houses.
All right, and what is this photo showing?
So this is the chain link fence that separates my yard and Mr. Nance. And this just shows where the water is still continuing to flow over into my yard. You can see the pool of water at the bottom of the picture.
And it looks like Mr. Nance has put some kind of fabric along his side of the fence.
Yes, he installed the silk fence.
Did that help at all with the mud or the water?
No, sir.
And what do we have here?
So this is continued water flowing into my yard from Mr. Nance, and that's the corner of our property. And he installed a flex pipe as well.
And this is that corner where your fence has now been taken down,
Correct.
next to Mr. Nance's property. All right, and this last photo here, what do we have in this one?
Continued water into my property as of this year. So there's those tree logs there. To the right of those tree logs, the pool of water coming off Mr. Nance's property. It's coming from underneath the ground. And also there's another stream where you see the logs, and then there's a third stream of water coming out at the corner, at the very end where our property met. So I have 3 streams of water flowing into my yard.
And this is flowing from Mr. Nance's property.
Correct.
And how this photo is oriented, looking at this photo, the water would be flowing toward you if you're looking at this photo.
Correct.
I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit L.
All right, same exercise. Mr. Cater, any objection to these photos in terms of their authenticity or what they show?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Cater? I'm not asking if you like them. Just wondering if you think that, yeah, in fact, if you were standing in Ms. Ellison's backyard and took this picture, that's what it would look like.
I would say no.
You have no objection?
I would say that's not what it looked like if I was standing in her backyard.
And why, so what's your
Wait,
objection?
wait, are you asking if I was,
Just no objection.
I'm gonna just say no.
No objection?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Nance, any objection? All right, Exhibit L is admitted.
Now, previously, there's been talk about,
What exhibit are we on now?
we are on, showing you plaintiff's exhibit M.
M, okay?
And looking again, Ms. Ellison, these are photos that you took,
Correct.
and these are true and accurate copies of the photos you took.
Yes.
You haven't altered them in any way.
No.
All right, looking at the first photo here, what do we see in this photo?
So this is where a silk fence is put at the back line of Mr. Nance and Mr. Cater's property, and Mr. Nance installed the 16-inch drain pipe and rock bed to drain the water that was coming off of the properties above.
And so looking up in that photo, that's the Cater's house we see there in the background?
Yes, correct.
And then we see the hillside, the dirt hillside behind their property.
Correct.
And again, it looks like it's just dirt. There's no vegetation or anything on it.
Correct. No vegetation. It still continued to deteriorate.
And then we have that silt fence that I believe Mr. Nance had indicated they put in.
Correct.
And then now we have a rock drainage that was put on the back of Mr. Nance's property.
Correct.
And what is this photo showing?
So this is the corner of our property, Mr. Nance and myself. At this time, I still had that back fence up. You can see one of the posts. And this is where you see the end of the rock bed, the flex piping, and some of the silk fencing.
So Mr. Nance put some rocks and some piping sort of from the middle of his property to the back corner of your and his property.
Actually, I think it started a little bit further from the middle, but yes. He installed this.
Now, did that help at all?
No.
And I'm showing you this next photo. Can you tell me what that's showing?
So at this point, the mud continued to flow down the hill, and it continued to flow onto Mr. Nance's property, and it filled in his rock bed and covered up his drain system.
So the mud just filled in with all the rocks.
Yes,
So that defeated the purpose of the rock drain.
correct.
All right, and this last photo,
Just to show where the Cater's house is at the top of the hill. You can still see where there's cracks in the soil. Still have a water issue drainage from their property. Mud continues to come down the hill onto Mr. Nance and continue to fill in.
and
When did the house, the Cater's house get built? So you've been in your place, it sounds like, for almost 30 years?
Yes.
Those houses don't look like they're 30 years old. They look like they cut
Right.
down all the trees to build them there. But when did those houses go up?
They started in 2018,
Mhm.
and I believe the Cater's was completed in 2019.
Okay. And so so it was there for a couple years before this runoff issue occurred?
Correct.
And looking at this last photo, can you see the pipe that's sticking out of the ground there?
Vaguely,
And there's a pipe that's sticking out of the ground by this rock
yes.
that Mr. Nance put in. And water's coming out of that pipe when it rains, correct?
Yes, it was. at
And
one
where does
time.
that water go?
It goes into my yard.
That pipe was supposed to direct the water to the back of Mr. Nance's property, correct?
Correct.
But due to the drainage filling in, that pipe is now sticking out of the ground and pointing directly at your property.
Correct.
I'd like to tender plaintiff's exhibit M,
N?
M,
M.
as in Mary.
Got it. The ones the remedial efforts by Mr. Nance. I'll start backwards. Mr. Nance, any objection to these photos?
Well, for one, I don't see no pipe in the last.
Okay. There may not be a pipe. There's testimony that there's a pipe. That doesn't mean there's one there. Again, my question is this a fair and accurate depiction? Is this what things look like at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Any objection to the photos? I know there's stuff you want to say. I see your hands going up, but it's not a class. I don't get to call on you in the middle of things. There will be a time in a little bit, Mr. Morton's going to be done asking Ms. Ellison questions, and I'm going to go down the road and say, do you have any questions for her? And if you do, you can ask them. And then ultimately, when Mr. Morton is done with his witnesses, I'll say, your turn. And then you're going to get to share what you want to share. But it's not, I don't know, like, hey, let's pause. All right, your turn. Your turn will be at the end of, they brought the lawsuit. They have to prove there was a nuisance, that there was runoff, that there were damages. They have the burden. You don't have any, none of the three of you have any burden at all. But if there is evidence that suggests these things happen, you'll have the opportunity to say, let me tell you what's really going on. Okay. So I don't want any of the three of you to think, why aren't you listening to my side of things? I'm going to give you a full opportunity to share your side of things when we get to it. It's just, this is Ms. Ellison's time to present. And it sounds like there'll be a few other witnesses, not named Ellison, who will get to present as well before it'll be your turn. So I want to go back to Exhibit M. It's a series of a few photos that seem to depict some efforts you took in your backyard with the rock, with the pipe, et cetera. Any issue with the accuracy of those photos?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Cater.
No.
Mr. Cater.
No objection.
I will admit Exhibit M.
All right, I'm going to show you a photo that I've marked Plaintiff's Exhibit N as in Nancy. Can you tell me what that is, Ms. Ellison?
So because of the stream of water that was flowing towards my house up the hill of the chain link fence, and it was getting closer and closer, I had a temporary drain system installed at the corner of my fence post and Mr. Nance tried to drain some of that water away from my house temporarily.
Why do you say temporarily? And why wouldn't you want it to be permanent?
I would want it to be permanent, but because of the mud flowing, continue to flow from the top of the hill. Originally, it was going to be something similar to Mr. Nance, but when they saw the mud still coming down the hill, if I installed something like Mr. Nance, it would have been filled with mud as well. The mud issue was a problem. That was
Okay.
one of the root cause. So I just focused on just the water.
Okay. And are you a drainage person? Like you figured this one out or you hired someone to do
Hired
that?
someone.
Okay.
And did this drainage work?
It works a little bit. You know, it helped to stop a lot of the water coming up the chain link fence towards my house.
But other drainage needs to be installed as well on top of
Correct,
this.
because there's still streams of water flowing in. This just helped a little bit for a little while.
How much did you pay to have this installed?
That was over 4,000.
I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit N as in Nancy.
Mr. Cater, any objection to N?
No objection.
Ms. Cater? Mr. Nance?
No.
Okay. N is admitted.
And in pursuing the matters that are before the court today, you retain the services of an engineer.
Correct.
I'd like to show you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit C. Can you see that document on your screen?
Yes.
And this first document, is this a copy of the retainer agreement that was entered into with the engineer?
Yes, correct.
And this is a true and correct copy of that retainer agreement,
Yes.
correct? It hasn't been altered in any way to your knowledge?
No.
And under this retainer agreement, how much did you pay the engineer?
Initially,
Yes, initially.
4,000.
Okay.
This is a different 4,000 than for the drain we saw in N.
Correct.
And then I'll move to an invoice dated May 2024. Do you see that invoice on your screen?
Yes.
And how much was this invoice for?
$5,741.93.
And have you paid that invoice?
Yes,
And that was on top of the $4,000 retainer payment.
correct.
What did the 4,000, if help me understand the math. If you gave them a $4,000 retainer, why wouldn't that be applied to this bill?
So the 4,000 is like a holding amount. They hold until the case is resolved and end.
Okay,
Meantime, I have to pay the services that they rendered.
as they come in,
Yes.
okay? You're supposed to get the 4,000 back when it's all over?
Yes, whatever it's at the end of this case, then whatever's left, the remaining.
But it's not being used to pay down invoices like the invoices we're looking at.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm moving forward. I see an invoice here for June of 2024. Do you see this invoice?
Yes,
And how much is this invoice?
$1,348.50.
Can you double check that number, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, put that wrong. $1,375.47.
And have you paid this invoice?
Yes,
And that's on top of the other invoice you just testified about, as well as the retainer payment.
correct.
What are these folks doing for you?
They did a survey of our property to show the root cause, the flow of the water, how it increased, how I never had the issues until changes were made to the other defendant's property.
I have no further questions for Ms. Ellison.
All right. Mr. Cater, I will start with you. Do you have any questions that you want to ask Ms. Ellison? And if you do, I'm going to ask you to come up to the podium to do that. You don't have to ask any if you don't want to, but as I promised each of you, there's no witness who gets to be examined by just one side. Everyone gets a chance to talk with every witness involved. Oh, one last thing. Did you want to tender Exhibit C?
I can do that now, yes, Judge.
Were you going to do it later?
I can go ahead and do it now. I'll
Okay.
tender Exhibit C.
Any objection to Exhibit C? Those were the invoices from ESI.
No objection.
Ms. Cater? Can you say it out loud so the court?
I'm
No,
sorry.
okay, it's all right. Mr. Nance? All right, Mr. Cater, as we say in court, this is your witness now. If you've got questions you want to ask her.
Okay, how you doing, Ms. Nance?
Hi.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ellis. So the runoff, in one picture, I forgot what exhibit it was. You said it was coming from Mr. Nance's yard, but that trench, I seen a trench carrying towards his yard instead.
Well, oh, there we go. I was going to ask Mr. Morton to remove it. He did. We're good.
It was I forgot what exhibit. It was by your left side of your yard. And you said it was coming from Mr. Nance's yard, the runoff. But it seemed like it was coming towards the right, towards his, like it curved like an arc, a little arch.
Okay, so there are 3 different streams of water that comes into my yard. There's one like in the middle of our property, the chain link fence. There's
Right.
one stream of water. There's one closer to the end where the French drain kind of started on Mr. Nance, and then there's one at the very back end of the corner. So all of that water is flowing down into a curve.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was confused on, because I know the little basin, whatever, the little pond, it's veered off to the left of your yard. So like I was saying, it just curves down.
It's just for some reason, that's just the way the land flow of the water.
I just never seen the pictures. I know like when he put the rocks in the middle of my yard, downstream, I didn't see anything like going diagonal towards, like a acute angle towards you. It just went straight down his, but I didn't see any runoff in yours because he had the silk fencing installed along the what you call it? What's the metal fence you got?
Chain link.
Yeah, the chain link. He already had the silk fencing installed prior.
Right, there was a silk fence there in order to stop the flow of the mud, but it didn't stop the flow of the mud nor the water. It
So
was-
I've got a question related to that. It should be on your screen now, that picture.
Yes,
So that trench and the flow of the mud and the water veers to the left. If I'm looking at the picture, what's behind me? Is behind me Mr. Nance's yard and then the hill, or, okay. And the natural flow is through that little culvert or ditch. And then it all spreads out to the left. And those were the pictures you shared like that, this mud, that all is flowing along after it's gone through the ditch we see there. Is that
Yes,
correct?
It flows from the top down and it just kind of curved.
Okay, and then just goes all along the fence. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Cater.
Oh, no.
All right.
Another thing I want to add was the fence. You say you've been there, so 2021, you were there for 27 years already? Or?
Something like that, yes.
Because I know like the life expectancy of a wooden fence is like 25 to 30, so.
Yeah, but
And
the fence hasn't been there that long.
Oh, it
It
hasn't?
wasn't put up.
Because I noticed on a lot of pictures, it was rotten with like 2021 already, when it first started.
No, it wasn't rotten. There, I do have a picture, if you see what it looked like before the mudslide.
You got a picture?
Well, here, let me share again, because I have another question in a second, but there is the fence. This would be from, so we're all clear, exhibit I. So these are pictures that were taken in March of 21. So
Correct.
there's your fence in March of 21.
Correct.
Yeah, that fence looks tired, respectfully.
Okay, but you're not testifying now, you're just asking
No,
questions.
I'm just saying, it just already looks like it was damaged prior. Like, it looked like it needed replacing already. It looks.
Are you asking her a question or are
I'm
you?
just saying, Jerry, it looks skimpy.
Yeah.
Okay, but don't just what you're doing right now is just asking questions. Later on, when it's your turn, you can testify about your opinion on the fence, but
Okay.
just
so,
ask Ms. Ellison questions.
So this was when it first happened? Was that?
Yes, correct.
It looked like you didn't have vegetation there anyway, along the fence line. So this is the left side of your property in the back.
That's the very back of my property. No, the grass was filled in with mud when the mud flowed from the top
But
down.
is this the side where where that pond is coming from, that little basin?
No, there is no basin and pond. I don't understand what you're asking. There's no retention pond or basin in my backyard.
It divides us though. But you said that property that's you called it a cul-de-sac, but I have an open circle. I don't live in a cul-de-sac. The house that's at the end, probably about 30 meters to the left of me. My 9 o'clock.
Okay.
You said that's where the stream was coming from?
No, it's coming from your property.
But earlier you said it was coming from my neighbors. You said it was veering down from next to them.
I stated that there were 3 streams of water coming down from the property,
Mhm.
from the Nance property into my yard.
So that picture, is it is that the left side? Is that the side away from Mr.
I
Nance?
look out my back door, that's the right side.
That's the right?
Yes, that's the right side, and that fence is Mr. Nance's fence.
Okay. Because it just seemed like the fence isn't deep enough how it's supposed to be, like 4 inches in the ground.
It's filled in with mud, so you don't see the gap between the ground
Okay.
and the fence anymore.
Okay. Well, that's all I had to ask you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Cater, do you have any questions for Ms. Ellison?
Yes.
All right, come on up, please. Oh, when you're over, you're ready.
Okay. My first question is, do you know the definition of hiring someone? If you do, can you answer that?
Do I know the definition of hiring someone?
Yes, because earlier you said that we, the caterers, hired Mr. Nance. So,
I did not state that you hired Mr. Nance.
okay. Okay. The next question is, what year did you say our house was built?
Somewhere in 2019, I suspect.
You said 2018.
19.
Our house was not built then.
Okay, well, you're not
I
testifying.
know, I know.
yet.
I
You'll
was
have
just
a
saying,
chance.
I was
Got
going to
it.
say that.
I'm gonna be asking you if you testify. I'm curious to know. But you know what? Ms. Ellison recalls it being
I know.
2018, 2019. That's A-okay. That's her
Right.
recollection.
And can we go back to some pictures?
Sure. What kind of pictures are you thinking of?
The one with the mud.
There were a lot with
I
mud.
know, it's
but
like,
let's start here and see if this is what you're thinking about. So this was the set with the most mud. So if I get to one that you're thinking of, let me know. So this is Exhibit I. This is supposedly the first year of all the runoff. Tell me if you see one you want to ask questions about. And I can rotate it if it's the right one for you. I'm gonna leave them as they are unless you say, oh, that's
okay,
the one.
this one.
This one here, okay.
Okay, and what year did you say this happened?
March of 2021.
Okay, and this is coming from the left side, right?
This is coming from the Nance property.
So, but it's a pond. I wish I took a picture. It's a pond directly behind. When I look out my kitchen window, I can see a pond.
Okay.
So it looks like this water is coming from the pond that's back there. But it's another picture I was going to ask about. I guess it's.
I'll keep scrolling. You tell me if it could be another
Okay,
set.
this one.
This one?
And where did you say this water is coming from?
Water is coming from the Nance property.
Okay, well, let me go back to my property then. I think it was all at the beginning.
Go back to the beginning.
Yes.
No, that's a different group.
It was a different one?
It's a different exhibit.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
pull it. That's
Then
okay.
yes.
We'll get another exhibit up. Let's see. So this,
No, not that one. Let me see. Okay, and what did you say was going on in this picture?
It looks like some deterioration of the soil.
Okay. Go back up one more time. Sorry, Judge. Okay, and can you tell me where is my property on this picture? Can we zoom in on this or no?
maybe.
Okay. Okay. And can you tell me where exactly is my, is our yard or our, because what I'm looking at on this picture is the home association common area is where that dirt is at. So we don't have a lot of backyard or a lot of side. So that dirt is on the HOA common area. That's where that dirt is at. So I was just trying to see exactly where's our property on that picture. That's what I was trying to ask her.
Your property is where your house is, right there where the crater, the line, the
So-
ditches start.
So are you saying?
But let her finish her
Okay.
answer.
I don't know the exact property line on the picture.
So I've got a question about that and you'll be able to follow up,
Right.
Ms. Cater. I'm not hijacking this. But I think this will show, is there a red circle appearing on the screen?
Yes.
So,
And it looks like that's a part of the HOA, because that's another thing.
so you're testifying now, you'll get to
Oh,
do
okay.
that. That looks like a place of significant erosion.
Yes.
And so mud is going from there to Nance to Ellison, no question about that. What is it about that area that I circled that says to you, Cater as opposed to neighborhood association or McBurney or someone else?
It looks, this right here is the Cater's property.
Okay, and I'm just curious what makes you, I don't know if you had a survey done or it's just, look, that house is theirs and so it's got to be their property, or what your basis is for saying that that's the Cater's property, that I'm gonna call that the origin of a lot of your sadness, is that area that I circled. What makes you say that that's the Cater's dirt as opposed to, what's the name of the street?
Beaver Creek Trail.
Beaver Creek Trail community property.
Liberty.
They do have some common property. Beaver Creek Trail, but that area where you circled, my understanding is Decatur's property.
Okay. That's her understanding.
Right, and so I know we can't testify right now, we just only
You
ask
can't.
questions. So, did you ring our doorbell to let us know what was going on your property?
No, I did not. I didn't know of you or your husband.
So you didn't notify us at all?
Yes, I did. I notified you in December of 2021 from previous attorney that the damages had taken place and due to mud and water flow onto my property.
Okay, because in the paper, it says that you notified us. That's what it says when I got my paper from the police office. The police officer that gave me my paper that served me, in the paper, it said that you rung our doorbell, and I have a doorbell camera. I have a Ring camera. So I'm like, she didn't.
No.
But in the documentation, it says that you notified us or you tried to notify us, but you just said you didn't notify us or you didn't try to notify us. So that was my next question, because I was going to.
I did notify you legally through my attorney in December of 2021 of what took place at my property.
But you didn't ring our doorbell or you didn't try to, as in the documentation
Okay, guys,
says.
you can't talk over each other. The court reporter can only write one person down at a time. So wait till the question's done, and then wait till Ms. Ellison is done answering. Even if she's heading in a direction like, wait, that wasn't my question, just let her finish, and then you can ask the same question a few times. If it's too many times, Mr. Morton may say asked and answered, but it's important that you not speak over each other.
Okay.
So why don't you ask your question? Well, I'll ask it just to clarify. You never, I think you've already answered this, but as you developed your concerns and frustrations about what was going on, you didn't go to the caterer's house and knock on the door to say, let's figure out what we can do.
No, Your Honor.
You had a lawyer do that in effect on your behalf by sending a letter flagging the issue for them.
Correct. I had already contacted City of South Fulton. They were helping me, and also Mr. Nance had provided some information too about what he was going to do to his yard to try to work this issue through as well.
You and Mr. Nance were speaking directly about it, or this was through lawyers?
We were talking as neighbors about what happened.
Okay.
And why didn't you knock on our door to tell us what was going on about your property?
I did not. You're correct. I did not knock on your door and address you at all.
I was asking, why didn't you knock on our door? But you spoke with Mr. Nance, but why you didn't speak with us to let us know, hey, your property is running off on our property?
It was my understanding that the civil engineer of the City of South Fulton had already addressed that there was an issue with you guys, as well as spoken with the HOA about what had taken place to my property. So no, I did not.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nance, do you have any questions for Ms. Ellison?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, come on up, please. And did you get all the questions from Mrs. Nance? Because she doesn't get to ask any. She got any for you?
I got all on right here.
All right.
Okay. So, Ms. Ellison, do you agree that it's a retention pond that we all share?
No, we do not share retention pond.
So have you got a land survey?
Yes, I do have a survey to show.
You have a copy of it that shows the diagram of where the retention pond sits in our yard, where
We do
the one
not.
that the neighborhood said.
Don't talk over each other. Let him finish and you get the answer.
Do you have a land survey so you can show the map drawing of the retention pond in our houses?
Yes, I do have some information. to show.
Can we add that to it? Can
What
we
do you
show
mean
it?
by add?
Okay, so there should be a drawing, a mapping of my house, her house, retention pond.
So what you're able to do, of course, if you've got an exhibit, you can try to admit it. If you don't, you can talk conceptually about it. It may be that Mr. Morton has something like that he wants to admit. You can also point out that they didn't do that. So if you know it exists,
Right.
you're free when it's your turn to share with me what you think about the case. I think it's kind of peculiar, Judge, that we all know there's this diagram that shows this other retention pond, not the one behind another neighbor's house. And I don't know why Ms. Ellison didn't share that, but you don't get to ask her to produce something. That would be, if you've got the picture, then you can share it. If you don't, you can certainly describe it and try to orient Ms. Ellison to it. But if she says, I don't know what you're talking about, you're kind of stuck because you don't have the picture to say, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay,
Okay?
okay.
Keep going.
So, okay, are you familiar with the mudslide that happened when those houses behind us was first built?
No, I wasn't involved in the mudslide.
Are you familiar with it?
There was something that took place, but that was before you even moved.
Right, because I moved there in 2020, right? But there was a mudslide previous to that.
Yes, there was something that took place. Mhm.
Okay.
So, Mr. Nance, I know you're not testifying right now. I'm just curious. You moved into your property after the development above you occurred.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that had already happened. You weren't like Ms. Ellison, a 20-year resident of that particular subdivision.
No, sir.
Okay. When you moved in, was the caterer's house already built?
Yes, sir.
This mudslide you're talking about, was that before you moved in?
Before I moved in.
Okay. So you know about it only because people told you about it?
Neighbors.
Okay. I mean, you didn't get to see it. Just
Nope.
people said, hey, there was this mudslide once.
And the development behind them had to pay the people in our cul-de-sac. They had to pay them because like it went all the way to the road. So it came off that hill and went straight to the road.
Okay.
Do you agree that there is a drain going through my yard and your yard for the entire neighborhood, for the backside?
There is a drain.
Right, so there's a trench go through.
Small trench that went through my yard, come from uphill.
That comes from our neighbors from everybody that's on this side, from the behind the caters that sits down the hill. There's a drain line that comes straight through our yard from the top of the neighborhood.
Little small trench, very small trench.
Is that the one we saw in some of the pictures? I asked you about what looked like a trench in the far back of your yard. You said that was there from before, that's not a cater dirt situation. Is that the trench you're talking about, or it's a different
On
one?
that picture, it's filled in.
Right. But just so we're all talking about the same thing, let me make sure I'm understanding. So, let me do this. It looks like where I drew that red line, and the line's going to stay there. I know that, but just it's okay. I don't know how to scroll now that I did that. Maybe that'll work. This is the trench. It's just a different angle, but if we put it back like that, this is what you're talking about. This old historic drainage area.
Right.
Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Nance?
Yes, sir.
So we're talking about the same thing.
They talk about the same thing.
And that runs across your property as well.
Yep, run across my property into her. Are you familiar with that trench, where the water goes when it goes through that trench?
Off my property.
Off your property into what?
And just.
Out of sight, out of mind, apparently.
Brush.
No, that's why I asked about the retention pond, because that's what the pond is for. Because it's actually maybe 2.5 foot trench wide. So it comes completely through our yard to go to the retention pond. That's the draining part.
Okay, but whatever you're talking about would be, if I'm in Ms. Ellison's backyard, it's to her left.
Really?
So it would be flow downhill across your yard, across her yard, and onward, or it's somewhere else?
It cuts directly through our yard.
Well, I see this cuts right through your yard. I see that. But then your question to Ms. Ellison was, where does that go when it leaves your yard?
Right.
And she said, it leaves my yard. I'm happy. It could go to Texas. It's not going to my yard anymore.
So
you're saying it goes to a retention pond.
right.
But that retention pond, this is my question to you. if I'm in Ms. Ellison's backyard, your property's to the right, there's this trench that historically, before it got filled up with mud, carried water across the back of your yard, across the back of her yard, and onto some retention pond. Where is that retention pond?
It's to the left of her yard.
Like right next to it? Like if you climbed over her fence, you could jump in it, or it's further on down?
Well, if you look at it on the map, it seems like it sits right direct. It's hard to get to it because there is a lot of brush in this area, but it's to the left of her yard. So I want to say it's maybe 40 feet away from there.
Okay.
But it's like a whole wooded area.
Okay, but to Ms. Ellison's point, it sounds like, and yours, when the water would, in normal times, pre-mud on the hill, it would just flow out of her yard and it would look like it's going into brush. It would go to that retention pond, but that retention pond is concealed in a lot of.
Well, to be honest with you, Your Honor, when it rains, it always, if you look at her fence, if you look at the left side of her fence, but I think we're looking at the fence, the one she took down directly in front. But if you look at the left side of her fence, you can already, if you go back to her old picture, you can already tell where it been doing the water, where the water was already stopping over there before any of this even transpired.
Okay, well, you're not testifying now. I hear you, but let's go back to your questions.
Okay. Are you familiar when I put up the silk fence? Do you have a picture?
Yes, there are some pictures when the original fence was put up.
Is that the silk fence you're talking about?
That's the silk fence. That's at the corner. That's at the back corner of our yard. That's where my yard meets her yard at. Are you familiar the purpose of a silk fence?
Yes, you put that up to try to stop the mud and water flow, but it did not.
So do you have a recent photo of the silk fence up now?
It doesn't exist now.
It does.
Well, you're not testifying.
I'm sorry.
But I'll go to the most recent photos as they were represented to me. Let me see if I can do this. So this is Exhibit L. I need to share the screen again. So I guess arguably there's a little bit of silt fence mushed down at the corner of the fence there. Is that what you're talking about?
If you notice, there's a lot of leaves and stuff on it, but could you scroll down?
Sure.
Oh, right there.
Yeah. Looks like there's the remains of a silt fence there.
Still there. So
sorta.
Yeah, because it's actually been up for years. So I kept it like that so I could make sure that did nothing go into her yard, because that was the whole purpose of installing. And if you look at it, it actually have done its job.
Okay.
I know.
Because of our house right there.
Do you have a picture? Do you have a picture of your entire backyard? Like from, okay, just say, you know, the part that we share, if you go into your backyard, right? Between our houses, right? If you walking down that alley right there, do you have a picture of your whole yard and of that whole side right there? So you can like see which way the water is running? Because if you look at one of the pictures, the water is running directly down the middle of the alley, right?
I don't understand what you mean by alley. What
Okay,
alley?
between our houses, right? In the middle of our houses, right? Where we share.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So when it rains, the water runs down your hill. Like it went, because the way our house, the reason I'm asking, because our yards are shaped for it to run off. So when it rains heavy, the screen is going to be a stream of water going through her yard and also my yard, because the water have to run off. So I'm asking, do you have a picture of that?
Well, isn't that, I'm gonna let you answer, but I'm confused. Isn't that what we've already been talking about? There was that ditch in the back of Ms. Ellison's yard. You're talking about something different?
Something different.
Okay. Well, again, the way it works when you're asking a witness questions, you don't say, do you have a picture? You would be the one to say, hey, I'm showing you this picture. Isn't this, what's this? You'd say, oh, that's the other ditch that runs down my yard this way. So if you've got pictures you want to share with her, you can do that. And you're welcome to rely on any of the pictures that Mr. Morton got in if you think any of them make the point you're trying to make.
Okay, there's a picture that he added that had a stream. It was in the grass. It's not on the mud, it's in the grass.
Okay.
It's a stream of water going down.
Going down the back or along the side?
Going straight down my chain link fence.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about because I had some questions about that. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, let's look at this one. So this is from Exhibit I. So this is the last picture in Exhibit I. And I won't ask Mr. Nance questions because you're the one on the stand. Ms. Ellison, as I understand it, if we were standing in your backyard, to my right would be what I see, which is Mr. Nance's yard. There's the play structures for the kids.
Correct.
A bit of a silt fence, but there's this stream.
Yes.
That's an exaggeration, but there's a flow of water, clearly a big flow of water that seems to be going parallel to Mr. Nance's fence. So it's a different direction of flow. The water we have been talking about, Mr. Morton was asking you about, was perpendicular to that. It went down the hill, across Nance's yard, across yours, ideally to the retention pond, but then the silt made it hit your fence and it was creeping up.
Yes.
This is a different flow.
So the water, it was so much water coming down. Some of the water was coming upward instead of down. Our property used to be leveled completely. And then of course, when all the mud came down the hill into his yard and mine, the end of my backyard and his backyard were not leveled anymore. His property was higher than mine. And so at some point, the water began to flow up towards the house. And that's why I had to install the temporary drainage system to try to get that water to go back in the opposite direction.
So what I've just highlighted with the red line,
Yeah.
Is that standing water or is it actually flowing in a particular direction?
It's flowing up towards the back of my house.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I had to do some alterations and put the.
Oh, the drain you had the picture of that would be, okay, so this is the, all right,
So I do have a picture, like a full picture of that right there.
okay.
What we're looking at, I don't know how it's on my phone.
So if you can, and it may be, I don't know who the tech person is over there, but if you use your phone to dial in to the Zoom session, then your phone can connect to the Zoom session. And I think, I don't know, it's beyond, my kids would have to figure this one out. I think you could share the picture that's on your phone. I'll give you a plan B. If you can email that picture to Ms. Niles, and you should have Ms. Niles' email address because she's been letting you know when you need to come to court, then I can get it up on the screen. So plan A is get into the Zoom call and see if you can share it that way. That may be more complicated. Plan B, and you need to share this with Mr. Morton, the picture, would be to email it. That I know how to do from a phone to someone, and then we'd have that picture. Okay, Mr. Morton.
If I may, because it might resolve this whole thing, there's a standing case management order that requires all potential documents to be submitted to the court beforehand. The defendant submitted no documents, no witnesses, etc. The pretrial order that the court ultimately signed, and it lists the defendant's witnesses, it says none. When it lists the defendant's exhibits, it says none because they did not participate in that. So I'll overall object to them presenting any pictures because they haven't complied with this court's prior orders.
Okay, that's a fair point. What do you say to that?
Well, Your Honor, I've never been sued. So the stuff, I even talked to him and I was telling him that I don't understand what they're asking me for.
Okay.
So I've never been sued. So I'm thinking, like you see on TV, you come in, you show what you got, see, I don't know.
Okay.
So,
well, it's not quite that fluid, so it's not a Judge Judy moment or anything like that.
Right.
No one's going to yell. No one takes their shoes off and hits them on the table. Okay. But We try to have it be a little more orderly, and you were given notice that if there were pictures you wanted to share or documents you were going to use, you're supposed to get them to the other side in advance, so that a lot of what we've been doing, do you have any objection to these pictures? Actually, I've seen them before. I don't have any objection to the pictures. So if you can figure out how to get that picture to Ms. Niles, we can think about using it. But Mr. Morton has a fair point that really these things should have been shared between the two sides, not with me, but between the two sides a few weeks ago. That was just part of the instructions. I know you've never been sued, but I also know you can read, and the instructions were, here's how this moves forward. And you also, and this is true for the Caters as well, decided not to hire an attorney. I understand that's an expensive proposition, but when you get sued, that is sometimes what people do, is like, dang, I don't want this to go south on me. And all of a sudden a judge says, I owe $100 million to Ms. Ellison. Then a lawyer would seem real cheap compared to a judgment of $100 million. It's not going to be $100 million, but you've decided to represent yourself. And so that makes it a little more confusing because, like you said, you've never done it before. One of the rules that I set down was, if you're going to use a picture, a document, you really need to share it with the other side in advance, so there are no surprises. We try not to do these things where you'd swoop in and say, look, here's a picture of Ms. Ellison with a fire hose filling her own backyard with mud. That would then, boy, she doesn't have a good claim. If you had that kind of picture, you'd share it with her lawyer and he'd talk with his client and she'd say, never mind, I dismissed my lawsuit.
Well, Your Honor, in my defense, I only found out about this in March of this year, right after I had surgery. So I kind of been down all the way up until like beginning of May.
Well, I didn't know you had surgery. I'm sorry to hear about that. You are a recent addition to the lawsuit, and so I'm gonna give you a little more flexibility because the Caters and Miss Ellison, they've been at this for a while, but while you may have been aware of it, were only added late, and I don't know why Mr. Morton waited to do that, but he did. So, like I said, if you can get that picture to Ms. Niles, then we'll probably put it up on the screen. Okay.
Okay.
In the meantime, do you have any other questions for Ms. Ellison? Because you can figure that picture thing out later when you're testifying, and you can be the person who narrates it.
Okay. Trying to make sure.
Well, you know what? We're going to take a break soon, and so you can figure it out during the break. Do you have other questions for Ms. Ellison?
Do you have the report from code enforcement? I mean, were there a report done from code enforcement?
Yes.
Can I ask, do they have it?
You ask any questions you want. If you're not going, the door doesn't open underneath you and you fall in if it's a bad question.
Okay.
Someone will just say, bad question.
I'm nervous.
That's okay.
Do they have the report? Or do you?
So you should ask Ms. Ellison what you're going to ask, and she may say, I have it, and you can say, I'd like to get a copy of it, and during the break, you can talk to Mr. Morton about that. If Ms. Ellison has it with her up there on the stand, then, yep, here it is. If she doesn't, I don't see any papers, then the answer is probably going to be, I don't have it with me right now. But you should ask. Go ahead and ask.
Yeah, okay, so could I see a copy of it?
Copy of
The report from the code enforcement?
the code violation?
Yep.
Is that something you have with you in front of you?
No, I don't have it.
Okay. Then why don't you talk with Mr. Morton during the break, Mr. Nance, and see if he's got it. Then I'll ask him to make it available for you to look at. And then that may be something you want to use. That won't be something that surprises him if he's got it, but he may not have it. He is bringing the evidence he wants to bring, and your job is to bring the evidence that you want to bring.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One more question. Why wasn't any of your photos timestamped?
They are time-stamped, just not in the presentation, but I do have all my photos time-stamped.
Okay. Are they available in a timestamp way for the parties to look at during the break? Or do you have them, I understand you've turned them into a PDF, and you all should know that's at my direction. It's complicated to share photos in their original form. It's more complicated through these Zoom rooms. And so typically what I have the parties do is create a PDF so they can just scroll through it rather than open one stop sharing, open another. So this was a way to look at a bunch of photos at once, but there may be a way for you to explore timestamps with the parties. That's another reason why this exchange of evidence in advance, not here in court, is helpful, because that would be the kind of exchange you'd have, either your lawyer would with Mr. Morton, or you would. Like, it's nice this is printed on a piece of paper. I need to see the timestamp, because 2021 is very different from 2022, is different from 2023.
Right, correct. I think that's about it.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Morton, do you have any redirect for Ms. Ellison?
A few quick things. Just for clarification, that trench photo that we're talking about,
The one on the screen?
the one on the screen, the back of your property has been filled in with mud and has essentially raised the back of your property a little bit, correct?
Raised mine and Mr. Nance.
Okay. So that's causing the water to then move up to the lower ground, which is by your house now.
Yes, the water started, it was so much water coming in that it had to go somewhere. The mud actually stopped the water from flowing completely off my property. That's why some of it went off, some of it turned up to the long side of my fence, and some of it went up towards the chain link fence towards my house.
So that photo that was on the screen with the running water, that's running towards your house, not
Yes.
to the back of your property.
Correct, running towards the house. And when I had my temporary drain installed, the people leveled off some of the mud to try to help that water to flow away from the house and go downhill. So it's going downhill now.
And the people who installed that temporary drain, that's not ESI, different company.
Correct.
The comments about the prior mudslide that took place, did that prior mudslide affect your property at all?
None whatsoever.
What can you tell me about this prior mudslide? Roughly when was it and what happened?
It was before 2018, sometime between 14 and 17, because the Caters are on the third builder. There were 3 builders that came in. The original builder came in, they did some blasting in 2015. And when they blast that property to make that new subdivision, it shifted everything. And so a mudslide did occur. It happened to the homeowner on the opposite side of Mr. Nance. Her property was inundated with the mudslide, and the mudslide came through her home to the front yard into the cul-de-sac.
Wow.
But it did not affect Mr. Nance's property. He wasn't there, of course, at the time, nor did it affect mine.
But that's the kind of thing he would hear about. People would say, yeah, there was a big crisis. The mudslide just happened to be the property adjacent to his on the other side.
Yes, and like I
Okay.
said, that was between 2015 and 17.
Was that before houses went up in that new subdivision? It was sort of creating.
It was originally when they started building in 2014, 15, there were only 3 houses originally with the first builder. And because of the blasting and the damages they caused to my neighborhood, they were sued. And so they pulled out. Another builder came in, built a couple more houses, then they left. And then the third, Liberty Communities, which is the last builder who built the Caters, they came in to finish off.
How many houses are in that development, roughly?
Now, I think it's between 30 and 50 homes.
So it's big. Okay. All right. Thank you.
The piece of land that may be owned by the HOA or whoever owns that piece of land next to the Caters, are you aware of the HOA or whoever owns that property dumping any dirt on their property?
No, sir.
Mr. Nance brought up that the silt fence is still there. Is the water still running and the mud still running through that silt fence?
Yes,
So that silt fence, even though it's still there, is not doing anything.
correct.
Nothing further to do.
All right. Ms. Ellison, thank you for your time. You can step down. We're going to take a quick break on that clock there on the wall. Let's try to be back by 11. During the break, Mr. Nance, if you or your technical advisors can figure out how to email the picture to Ms. Niles, we could take a look at it. When we come back, Mr. Morton, I'll ask you to call your next witness. Who's that going to be? So I and the defendants can just be thinking about that.
I'm probably going to pronounce it wrong, but his name is, I believe, Kevin Wizakowski.
Okay, that's Kevin's iPhone 12 on the
I
call.
believe so, yes.
Okay, and he has what connection to the case?
He has given an estimate, his company has given an estimate as to what needs to be put in to deal with this water and mud, and of course, how much it's going to cost to do so.
Got it. Is he with ESI or a different company?
He is with Erosion Management Services. ESI is just the engineer.
Got it. Okay, so we'll hear from Mr. W after the break. Any questions from you all procedurally before we break? None? You're good? All right, 8 minutes. We'll see you back here. So tell me your connection to Judge Paget.
I'm his staff attorney.
His only staff attorney?
No, he has two others. One was in central staff at the Court of Appeals before, and is now in chambers. And the other one was Judge Paget's Superior Court staff attorney.
So you're the newbie.
Yeah, the newbie.
All right, and where are you from?
My parents are in Clinton County in Jonesboro.
Okay, what did you do before you became his staff attorney?
For about 10 months, I was at an insurance defense law firm here in Atlanta. Before that, I was a law clerk in South Carolina at the Court of Appeals there.
Oh,
I went to South Carolina for law school.
got it. Are you a member of the Georgia bar yet?
I am, yes.
And the South Carolina bar?
Yes.
Lucky you.
Yeah. How long I stayed with South Carolina.
Yeah, well, congrats on working with Judge Paget. I'm a big fan of his, and I think that would be great. I didn't know you get 3 clerks on the Court of Appeals.
Yeah, and we had a central staff attorney helping us out as well for the first few months, so that was really helpful as well.
Good, okay.
I appreciate you letting him know about this, so I could
Sure.
come and observe.
This is not the typical trial. Typical trial, well, first of all, we have many more criminal than civil because civil stuff tends to settle. Criminal, there'd be a jury, and usually there'd be lawyers on both sides. But this is still a dispute and it's being litigated. You're just not seeing a whole lot with the proper practice of the rules of evidence and whatnot. There you are. That's all I got left this week. All the there were a couple jury trials, but they settled, as often happens.
I think Monica told me about that one. You have another civil one that settled, right?
Yeah, MARTA bus accident. And those are usually pretty good trials, and the lawyers know what they're doing in that this all they do. And so, well, if you did insurance, you said you did insurance defense. Yeah, so that wouldn't have been a big learning opportunity for you. Ideally, it would be a criminal trial, but I'm trying to think, there's not a jury being selected right now. Oh, this is a tough week. The prosecutors statewide are all at a conference. And so 0 big criminal trials right now. And then next week is the judges conference. So all the judges will be being reprogrammed. So if you still want to see stuff, just right down the street, we'll have plenty going on that second week in August. Like starting August 3rd or 4th, because then judges are back, prosecutors are back, and we can get rolling.
Yeah, I know. I think Judge Heydrich in DeKalb told Judge Paget about a senior judge having a criminal trial maybe next week if that does go forward.
That could happen because, like I said, the prosecutors will be back, and I guess that senior judge doesn't need any more training.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, you're welcome to stay all day. I don't know what Judge Paget wants you to do, but I'll be sure to let him know you made it through some of this.
Okay,
However you want to work it.
thank you.
You good? Did you move your device into the other room? You're still making do?
Lansberger, Brown. Yeah, they're all still on there. I'm forwarding some to him by email. But I mean, Ken, if it gets into it, this is something I would tell you, this is something that should have already been dealt with. Just that you know that. Does he Nance? Yes.
All right, let's make sure we've got. Remove that. Ms. Russell, are you ready to start back up?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Great, we are back on the record in Ellison versus Cater and Nance. It's around 11, a little after 11 on the 23rd. And I think your witness is ready to go. Mr. Morton, if you want to call him, we'll have Deputy Gordon swear him in virtually.
I will call Kevin Wizakowski to the stand, and I apologize if I'm saying that wrong.
Well, he'll say it, and in a moment, he's going to spell it for the court reporter, but let's get him sworn in first.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can lower your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
Kevin Wizakowski. I'll spell my last name Wyzykowski.
And Mr. Wizakowski, what is the name of your business?
Erosion Management Services.
And what does that business do?
We have been in business for over 30 years. We specialize in erosion control and drainage.
And your company had the opportunity to go out to Miss Ellison's property at 140 Valley Bend Lane?
Yes, Donnell Scott, who is not present. He is away in Alaska. He went out there and visited the site at the end of 2023 in December.
May I share the screen, Judge?
Yes.
And Mr. Wizakowski, I'm showing you Plaintiff's Exhibit D. Can you see that on your screen?
Yeah, I have a copy of as
Okay.
well. Yeah,
And this is a proposal that was issued by your company?
correct.
And I'm scrolling down here. And from what you see in front of you, what was your company going to do for Miss Ellison?
Like I said, I wasn't present, but they were going to install some drainage features to control the runoff from the property. Next to hers, capture it, a series of French drains, solid drainage pipe, and I believe a few catch basins.
And this is a report that issued from your company?
Yes, correct.
And this is a true and correct copy of that report?
Correct.
It hasn't been altered in any way to your knowledge?
No.
And how much was your company going to charge Miss Ellison to do this work?
Well, this proposal went out, like I said, late December, early January, $10,937.77. We would have to do a review of the project where we do some contract to do it. We would have to look at, the existing site conditions since it was submitted.
But as this report shows, it looks like the costs that are shown on here is $10,937.77 if you add it all up. Does that sound correct to you?
That is correct, yes.
And at the time this report issued, your company would have did this work for this amount of money?
Correct.
I have no further questions from Mr. Wizakowski.
You said a couple things that got a little choppy. I guess we just don't have a great connection with you. You gave some number that wasn't 10,000. I think it was 9,000. But what was it you were saying?
I said the total on the proposal that we sent is $10,937.77.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, let me see if any of the defendants have any questions. Mr. Cater, do you have any questions for the gentleman from EMS?
No questions.
Ms. Cater?
No.
All right. Do you, Mr. Nance?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you go up to the podium, please. And can you take the exhibit down?
How you doing?
Good.
Did you guys do a land survey as well?
We did not do a land survey. No, an engineer would have to be hired to do that.
Oh, okay, so to to provide her a proper service, so the draining, so you could actually fix the draining in her yard, right? Wouldn't you need to do that so you could properly fix it?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, so to stop the draining in her yard, right? Because you was gonna install drains and stuff, so for the
Correct.
runoff, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't you need to do that to properly fix it?
No, not at all. We would actually shoot the grade to make sure we had positive drainage to get the water to flow from her property.
So you would regrade her backyard, that being taken or adding away, right?
No, I was not there for the proposal. Does not mention any grading. It mentioned the installation of a French drain at the toe of the existing slope, some catch basins and other French drain along chain link fence, and some more solid pipe to carry the water away from her yard.
So you would not, so at this moment right now, you would not have to change the grade of her yard, you would just add pipes and stuff, right? Correct.
Yeah, in a French drain, correct. The grade would stay the same, yes.
Okay, no more questions.
What is your experience, sir, with managing the silt runoff? I understand water and if you've got a drain and there you go, but some of what we saw before you testified was that efforts that were made to address the water runoff were thwarted because the mud filled everything up. And I'm curious from what is in your proposal would work in the face of continued silt or mud runoff.
So that is, it's funny you bring that up. The pictures I saw of the erosion, the silt fence, the erosion, the best management product that was put on that slope, none of it's installed properly. I can see just from the picture of the silt fence, that is not Georgia state approved silt fence. It is not legally allowed to prevent sediment from leaching on any property in the state of Georgia, according to the Georgia Green Book. That's a 77 weight silt fence in between the two. The erosion blanket slope is supposed to be installed vertically up and down. As you can see in those pictures, that green blanket on the eroded slope is installed left to right, which is not, manufacturers or the Georgia Green Book of installing that. The silt fence at the slope is extremely eroded. The silt fence is in complete disrepair. It's hard for me looking at, the fence at the bottom of the eroded slope to see if it's in perfect 6 inches deep and metal every 4 feet. Looking at that picture, it looks to be that the posts are not every 4 feet. It looks to be that sensitive silt fence at the bottom of the eroded slope is in horrible disrepair.
But my question was, what part of your proposal would have remediated for Ms. Ellison the situation of not the water getting into her backyard, but we'll call it silt. People calling it mud or clay, but the orange stuff.
Right. So as I just stated, all of the areas contributing to the siltation on her yard, she is in no way able to stop that on her property. That needs to be stopped at the source of the problem. Water is going to flow from one yard to the next, from uphill to downhill, as we always all talk about. Some of those pictures did show some clean water and one of those channels coming in, but the clean water isn't the issue. The silt coming off that slope across the backyard in her yard. There's no way that we could stop silt on her property. It needs to be stopped, at the source.
Okay, so you're fixed. The nearly $11,000 that Ms. Ellison would spend if she went forward with your plan would address excess water and would get that water away from off of her property. But those best efforts would be thwarted if there wasn't a simultaneous effort to keep the dirt up on the hill.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you have anything else, Mr. Morton?
The only thing, and I forgot, I'd like to tender the plaintiff's exhibit D.
Okay, any objection? I thought you had, but any objection to exhibit D? That's the proposal from EMS.
No, you told me we already seen.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's in. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir, for joining us. You're free to go.
All right, very good. Thank you.
All right, next witness.
I will call Raphael Brown.
Oops. Do that.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You can lower your hand. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Raphael Brown, and I'm on behalf of Miss Natasha in regards to the fence damage.
Mr. Brown, what is the name of your company?
USCG, US Consulting Group.
And what does your company do?
I do a variety of things from landscape contracts, I do decks, I build fences, I do a variety of things outdoors, sir.
How long have you been doing that?
Over 10 years.
And you had the opportunity to come to Miss Ellison's property, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of that was to install a fence?
Yeah, what the purpose was to see the damage to the fence and give her a price for reinstalling the fence and removing the damaged fence.
May I share a screen, Judge?
You may.
And Mr. Brown, I'm showing you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit E. Is this a report from your company?
Yeah, that's I have an updated report.
Okay. And this report that's in front of you, though, this is a true and correct copy of the report that you previously gave, correct?
Correct.
It hasn't been altered in any way?
No, not this one, no, sir.
Okay. And this is, the total on this one is $4,290?
Correct, on this invoice, correct.
What were you gonna do for Miss Ellison for that amount of money?
It's amount for it costs. So I have an updated that I emailed this morning prior to the case, so everything is on the right page.
Okay. But the one that's in front of you, what were you gonna do for Miss Ellison?
Oh, that one particular, the same thing. I was gonna remove the fence from the damage, the back property line, and then reinstall the back property line and reinstall the double gate that she had to have removed for the work to be done at her property.
This diagram that you see here, you created this diagram?
Correct.
And the back with the gate there that looks like it's an orange, that's what you're gonna be working on?
Correct. That's the damaged fence line and fence line that need to be replaced, removed, and replaced.
And you've seen the fence line, correct?
Correct.
And how is it damaged?
It's damaged from water damage building up on the bottom of it, starting with eating away each picket that's on the bottom, and now it's actually eating the posts away as well.
And I think you just mentioned that you sent over an updated document this morning. What's the difference
Correct.
between that document and this document?
The price, the cost of doing the job.
What's the number in the new document?
6,667.52. 6,667.52 cents.
And why did that price go up?
Materials updated.
And you would still be doing, all the same work. It's just material prices have gone up.
Correct. So labor and my labor costs as well.
So the list of work in Exhibit E stays the same. It's just, you're saying the price now is $6,667.52.
No, $6,067.52.
6067.52.
Correct.
Is that like the white man?
I'd like to tender plaintiff's Exhibit E.
Any objection to plaintiff's E, Mr. Cater?
Yes.
What's your objection?
Well, I'm gonna just testify later on.
Okay.
No
no objection to E. Ms. Cater?
So basically just asking, do it look altered?
Well,
Cause I object.
what's your objection?
You wanna be honest?
I don't want you to be dishonest.
The date, it says June 30th, 2024.
Okay.
And today is my birthday, which is July 23rd.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. How
does materials change that?
But I know we just,
So I got
right,
you.
that's
Yep,
what I'm
you're gonna be able to
asking.
ask this gentleman how in the span of 23 days, the price has gone up $2,000. You can ask that, but right now the question is.
Right, do you object?
Right, and you don't have any objection to this document, but you already said no. Do you have any objection to the document, Ms. Kate? No? Okay, Mr. Nance?
No, sir.
All right, E is admitted. All right, still your witness, Mr. Morton.
No further questions at this time, Judge.
All right, not your witness anymore. Mr. Cater, do you have questions for Mr. Brown?
Yes.
And if you do, if you go up to the podium, thanks.
Do you want me to keep the document on screen, Judge?
I don't know. Do you want the document up on the screen?
Oh, the document? You can keep it up.
Okay.
I'm good.
You're good?
How you doing, Mr. Brown?
I'm good. How you doing, sir?
I'm pretty good. I noticed that, so you're in Augusta?
Based out of Augusta, I do work in Gwinnett, all over Atlanta, Metro Atlanta. I do work all over Georgia, wherever the money is at, I'm going.
No, I feel that. So where do you reside?
In Gwinnett County. I have my business based out of Gwinnett. I have a house in Gwinnett. I have a house in Augusta. I'm based out of both of those.
Okay. So I have a quick question. I don't know. I'm just gonna ask it. Augusta, so you about an hour, you drive a little bit over an hour to examine it and give her a quote. But the south side is cheaper. Well, I know this personally. Contractors and engineers and all that does the same thing you do is fairly priced compared to where you living at.
I'll object. He's testifying.
Okay. Yeah, just so ask him the question rather than giving your perspective on things. Just what do you want to hear from him?
No, yeah, I'm gonna just testify later on.
Later? Okay. All right. Ms. Cater, do you have any questions for Mr. Brown?
Yes, I do.
Okay, here they come.
My only question is how, like, the price difference. So on this invoice, it says June 30th, 2024, and today is July 23rd. Why is it such a big significant amount, like in a price difference?
The labor costs are different significantly from the first one as well, because I had the day that I received my material call, job. And so prior to me having to come here, I want to make sure everything was in line. So I had reached out again yesterday to verify my material costs for this particular job. I have that document as well if I need to see it or send that over with that updated date for this particular job.
Okay, and when did you come out and take a look at her home? What date did you say?
The initial invoice on June 30th. I think I came on June 28th or June 29th. If I'm not mistaken, I told her I have the invoice back over 48 hours.
Okay, so that fast, the materials went up. No, I'm asking because I have family members in construction that has their own business. So that's why I was asking.
The material cost was given for a different job. and I sent over a mistake invoice for this. So prior to each thing that I do, I make sure I go across my I's, cross my T's, so I present something, it is what it is. So as of yesterday, I have the dates where I have my email sent back to me, checking everything I had to do. My cost is different on this particular job, so I had to adjust my cost before I sat here in front of you and the judge and anybody else and said I'm going to honor something that I wouldn't honor.
I want to make sure, Mr. Brown, I understood what you just said. The exhibit that's on the screen where you estimate that it'll cost $4,300 to do this work, you're saying that you actually crossed your wires and referenced the wrong materials, or you just hadn't?
Correct. The wrong material list was sent to me as that each job that I go and do, I have a company that I deal with. I send them a list of my estimates that I need. They cross me this particular job up. And so yesterday, as I'm checking and they check and resent me everything that I need, I noticed the difference. And so I updated this and resent it out this morning prior to the lawyer, to Ms. Natasha, to everybody, after I received what I received yesterday, verifying and crossing all my I's and dotting my T's.
So, okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand correctly. So you said that before you do an invoice, you get the materials sent to you, or no, after you do the invoice, you get the materials sent?
I'm gonna explain the whole job from you. I go look at a job, I take footage of it. I send my footage over to the company I deal with for my material. They send me my invoice for my materials. I calculate what I need from there to do the job. And so as I resent things out to check with the company that everything is correct before I sit in front of you and this judge and tell y'all something else, they updated my material list because it was wrong. And they sent me the invoice out yesterday, the estimate for my material costs, brother. And so now I updated my labor, my job, because it was based on a smaller job that was sent to me.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Nance.
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How you doing, brother?
Okay. How long you been in business?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. How long have you known Miss Natasha?
I just met Natasha based on this.
Based on like
months,
2 months, 3 months.
In regards to fence.
I'm asking.
I met her when I went there to check out her property.
So, okay. So that's what I'm asking, like when? So you went on the 30th of June?
June 29th is when I actually met Natasha. We spoke before I came to her house, maybe a week in advance. I just met her in June of this year, last month.
Okay. So when you went and checked the job out, what did you see?
I seen a lot of damage due to water buildup on each one of her posts and on the bottom of her pickets. And once you look at the rest of the fence, the water continued to flow properly, so there's no damage to the other area.
Is her yard totally fenced in? That's what I'm asking.
When I went, it wasn't fenced in because fences had been removed.
Okay.
There's other fence hadn't been removed, but if it was prior to me coming there, it was fenced in.
Prior to you coming there,
some of the area where the water drainage has been removed.
So what I'm saying is, so prior to you coming there, that you could say that there was the fence, the whole fence was up, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. She had a fence there, yeah.
That what I'm asking you. Do you know when?
No, I'm not sure when did she bring her fence down, but I know it was a fence there. I could see the where the post was at, etc.
Yeah.
I didn't see the actual fence up. No, sir.
Okay. Hold on. Cause my question was, if you're gonna be doing the fence, why wasn't you the one to remove it? Or
I am. I gave her a price to remove that fence that's there and reinstall the fence.
So you just talking about the one, or you talking about both sides?
All the work she needs done.
But I guess I'm confused like Mr. Nance, Mr. Brown. We've seen pictures that you weren't on, you didn't need to see these, but we've seen pictures that looks like the back fence, the one, can you scroll down, please? There, the 160-foot section that you'd be replacing.
Correct. That's my layout.
Right.
Orange and orange, where the double gate is on the front side, and that back property line where that gate is. That's the damaged fence that I gave her a price to remove and reinstall.
Yeah.
The rest of the fence,
You're leaving intact. We saw some pictures that suggest that it's already been removed, the part that's orange. So I was just trying to.
Part of it has
Got
part of it has been removed.
Okay.
So question, okay, so on your layout, right? The fencing
Correct.
that you have in the blue, you're not taking none of that down.
No. If you're looking at the layout towards the gate, the 10-foot side, that right property line right there is the chain link.
Right. I'm aware.
The neighbor's yard.
Yep.
On the other side, the blue is Miss Natasha's fence where the water flows properly up under the fence so there's none damaged.
Oh, so the fence to the left is not damaged.
None. No, not the blue. That's Miss Natasha's fence and it's not damaged.
Okay. So the only fence that got damaged is the fence that's sitting directly, the one that she removed or she removed part of it. That's the only one that's damaged, right?
The back property line that's orange is the damaged print property line, and she had to have the front gate removed for the work that she needed to get done. Okay.
And what I'm asking you is the question to the fence that's facing the back fence, the 160 feet.
That's
Did
the
you
back
take?
property line.
Okay. Did you take that? Is that fence completely down or?
Partial of it is still up. I haven't done any work to her fence.
Okay, so half of the 160 feet fence is still up.
No, man, it's not half of it.
You said partially. I'm asking.
You said half as well, though.
Yeah. So I'm saying, okay, so you say you got 160 feet up, right? And then you're going to install a 5-foot gate right there as well. Okay,
That's
so the
100 starting where the 5-foot gate is running to the neighbor's yard. That's the only part that's missing.
Okay, so the whole fence is not down, just part of it.
Correct.
And you witnessed that with your own eyes.
Correct.
Okay, no more question.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Morton? You said no? All right, Mr. Brown, thank you for dialing in. Appreciate your help.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care. All right. Any other witnesses?
Yes, I will call Nathaniel Landsberger.
You raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good lawyer, and state and spell your name for the record.
Nathaniel Landsberger, Nathaniel Landsperger.
Mr. Landsberger, thank you for joining us today. Can you tell us what you do for a living?
I'm a professional engineer. I specialize in civil engineering, particularly geotechnical engineering and drainage.
Are you licensed in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
How long have you had that license?
I applied for the Georgia license, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago. I've been licensed as a professional engineer since 2009.
And you had the opportunity to visit Ms. Ellison's property, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do while you were there?
I observed, I documented and observed the conditions of the property. I took measurements of various features. I went through the woods in her backyard, inspected that area. I spoke with her about the drainage situation and her history with the property.
And then after you left her property, did you do any additional work?
Yes.
What did you do?
So I did some research online of, because there were claims of certain things that, you know, she was telling me, and in order to verify that, I sought out the best available data online, which was a series of aerial images. So I was able to establish through those aerials, more likely than not, when certain events took place. And in addition to that, I downloaded the state of Georgia LiDAR, which is a laser scan data set for the property. And I imported that file into a software program called Civil 3D and used that to measure the drainage contours and the overall topography of her property and surrounding properties.
And ultimately, you issued a written report, correct?
I did.
May I share the screen, Judge?
You may.
I'm showing you what I've labeled as Plaintiff's Exhibit A. And I'm happy to scroll through it if you need to initially, but does this appear to be a copy of the report that you issued?
Yes.
And as I'm scrolling through these first couple pages, does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes.
So let's, I guess, start here on page 4. What is page 4?
So page 4 is a background map showing the 3 properties plus the additional common property that occupy the space where the drainage issue has been occurring. And then there's a description of, I labeled them A, B, C, and D based on their location.
Do you know who owns which piece of land?
Yeah, so Miss Ellison owns property D, which is 140 Valley Bend. Mr. Nance, I believe, owns property A, which is 150 Valley Bend. Mr. Cater owns property B, which is 6526 Beaver Creek Trail. And then property C is common ground owned by the homeowners association.
And you have on here dates of when all these houses were built. How did you learn that information?
That's available from the Fulton County GIS tax assessor records.
All right, and going to page 5, what is this page?
This is just a recap summary of my observations during the inspection that I performed in April.
And there's been discussion about a silt fence, and it looks like that you saw a silt fence while you were there, correct?
I saw remnants of a silt fence, yeah, pieces of it.
Do you know if that silt fence was doing anything?
No, it wouldn't be doing anything in its current condition like that.
Was it in a condition of disrepair?
Yes.
And it was not installed properly?
All signs seem to indicate that it wasn't.
As you're an engineer, is there any reason for a silt fence just to remain in place over an extended period of time?
The silt fence is a temporary measure, so typically it's removed after the area is stabilized.
Are there any complications that would arise if a silt fence is left in place for an extended period of time?
Sure, it can disrupt the flow of drainage and concentrate, small water flows into certain areas, just depending on how it lays down in the ground and falls over.
Going on to the next page, it looks like you have a picture of this silt fence.
That's correct.
What are you trying to depict in this photo?
So Miss Ellison indicated to me that the property A, the Nance property, had been raised up with additional fill or regraded in some form or fashion. So my observation while I was there that day, along where the silt fence is located, there was varying amounts, anywhere from a few inches to about a foot of soil that had basically resided against the chain link fence and was essentially representing a small vertical drop off between the two properties.
So property A, the Nance property, the grading had somehow been raised higher than Miss Ellison's property.
That's correct.
And how is it that you know, Mr. Landsberger, that that happened recently as opposed to, when I think of erosion and things like that happening over decades or centuries, is there anything that would enable you to say that 6-inch to a foot drop off happened only over the last 3 years versus this took decades to occur?
Yeah, this is covered in the report. So I can answer the question now, or if Mr. Morton wants to.
No, please answer the judge.
Okay, so to answer the question, one of the data sets, so I let me start over. I reviewed all of the data that was given to me, including a number of photographs that Ms. Ellison has already presented. I spoke with her about her observations of what had taken place. She indicated to me that there was some fill placed on the property A, the Nance property. And so what I did in order to confirm that, I downloaded this data set, which is called LiDAR, which is laser imaging detection and ranging data. And what that is, without getting into too much technical detail, the United States government, through the Geological Survey, periodically commissions LiDAR surveys all over the country. And what they do is they fly an airplane with a very sophisticated laser measuring device mounted to the plane. They fly back and forth over a certain area, and this laser pulses and scans the ground below it. And it operates at a very high frequency. So you get every single time that laser shoots a beam down towards the ground, it'll return back the exact coordinate of where that beam hit the ground. And so you end up with millions of points that have a horizontal coordinate, which is, if you think of like a coordinate system like your X and Y, and then you have an elevation, which is your height above sea level, which would be the third dimension. So there's a data set from 2018 that is the most recent data set that I downloaded. I processed it using my civil engineering software and was able to determine, looking at that data set, along with my observations and my review of the pictures, et cetera, that there was an abrupt change made to the height of along the property line that occurred sometime after 2018.
Got it. Thank you.
Now let's move ahead to page 10 of your report. You have some photos here, and particularly I want to point out the second photo. I believe you call it figure 11. Can you tell me what's going on in this photo?
Yeah, so these series of photos were part of my research to verify the reports that there was some type of grading work that took place on the property B and C prior to the damages occurring on Miss Ellison's property. So there were, what we're seeing here, if you go one up to figure 10, this is an image from February of 2021. And if you look, we're looking at the property B, right? For some reason I didn't label it in this image, but that is, I think, the Cater property. The black lines are the approximate property lines. And then next to their property, there is some amount of different colored ground surface, which that appears to be some type of erosion control matting that was put down. So if you go one up before that, we're going backwards in time here. There was an activity that took place in 2020 that didn't appear to have anything to do with the Cater property. some work associated with the cul-de-sac area. I'm not sure exactly. So then going back down again, that's 2020, and going back down to 11, you can see that in 11 and I think 12 as well. Yeah, 12 is a better one. You can see that there's been a new disturbance between property C and property B, which corroborates the report that several dump truckloads of dirt were placed and spread along or adjacent to property B in spring of 2021.
So are you saying, because you can see the dirt that was laid behind property B, figure 12, but you don't see it in the prior pictures?
So it's figure 11. If you go up to figure 11, it looks like something may have happened there. It's hard to tell exactly. If you go to figure 10, this area, this to me, I'm looking at a stabilized area. I see no dirt spread around. I see erosion control matting on the ground by the cul-de-sac area. And then if you go back down to figures 12, 10, 12, there very clearly, and this is a screenshot of the image, mind you. Granted, I'm able to zoom in. Anybody, this is all publicly available imagery. Well, excuse me, this one is not. You have to pay for near map service, but the other ones, some of the other ones are. But you can zoom in and clearly see that that's not grass, it's dirt. You can see some of the erosion forming around property B.
All right, and what is this figure 13? What are we seeing here?
So in this figure, what I noticed here is that there was some type of construction activity occurring in property A, some kind of deck construction. That you can't see the dirt that well because of the shade.
All right, how about photo 14?
So here, very noticeable to me is that there's been several trees removed between properties. Not sure exactly if they're on property B or A, but between the two, and you can see exposed dirt extending from property B down to A, and then partially going on to Mrs. Ellison's property.
And in these last couple photos in 2021 and 2022, you didn't notice any change to property C?
So property, what I've noticed is that property B received some dirt, and that dirt was spread between the two properties, C and B. But other than that, I don't see any additional changes.
All right, what is figure 15 showing?
So this is a 2023 imagery. It's showing the area becoming more vegetated.
The areas where the dirt had been dumped?
Yes.
Moving on, page 13, is this what you were explaining to the judge earlier?
Yes.
And to the top left corner, that appears to me to be potentially a cul-de-sac with a sidewalk.
It is.
Behind property A and property D, are you aware of any retention pond?
I did not observe one, and the contour imagery from 2018 does not suggest that one had ever been there or had been there at 2018.
Do you know of any retention pond in the area from your research?
There's a large pond that's further off into the woods.
How far away do you think that is from Miss Ellison's property?
I at least 100 feet.
Do you know if there's any other properties between Miss Ellison's property and that retention pond?
Yeah, it's from what I could tell, that retention pond was built as part of this residential development. It consists of what appears to be a tall retaining wall, and the water is retained behind this wall. There are at least one, if not two, properties between Miss Ellison's and that pond.
All right, and then we get to your conclusions, if you can explain to the court what your conclusions are.
Yeah, so basically, I was asked to review the data and provide my engineering opinion about what the effects were from the land disturbance activities that took place. So I concluded that the course of water, the normal course of water flow onto property D had been changed. I concluded that there was siltation that flowed from B, C onto A, and then ultimately onto D. I concluded, based on review of the contour data and topography, that the flow of stormwater from A and B onto D has either increased in volume or velocity as a result of the site grading that took place, and that portions of the stormwater have been concentrated into new areas along the property line between A and D as a result of those activities. And this has caused a degradation to the conditions along the rear of property D. And then my recommendation to fix the problem would be to install some type of stormwater conveyance system.
And you're aware of what Miss Ellison has already put in to try to control the drainage, correct?
Yes.
Do you think what she has there is now sufficient?
It does not appear to be sufficient.
And what do you base that on?
Based on my observations of the site, based on her indication to me that it is still subject to siltation, inundation, and it's also a relatively small system that, you know, it's going to get degraded quickly.
And earlier, and I don't know if you were on or listening, you know, the judge had some questions about your invoices or your billing. At this point, all invoices that you've sent to Miss Ellison have been paid in full, correct?
Correct.
And there was an initial $4,000 retainer that was paid that, as the court pointed out, didn't appear to be applied to the invoices. Can you explain to the court how that $4,000 is handled?
Yeah, so typically when ESI takes on new projects, they'll require a retainer payment up front. That money is paid back at the conclusion of our project, minus any additional fees that may have accrued.
So are you saying that when the final invoice issues, that $4,000 would be applied to that final invoice?
That's right.
And then if there's money left over, it would be refunded to Miss Ellison?
That's right.
If additional monies are owed, then she would owe you those additional monies.
That's right.
Okay. I'd like to tender Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Any objection to Plaintiff's A? That's the report from Mr. Landsberger. Mr. Cater? No? Ms. Cater?
No.
Mr. Nance? It's admitted.
I have no further questions for Mr. Landsberger at this time.
Okay, I got a couple, and then I will see if Mr. Cater has any. I'm going to share screen so I can scroll through the report if you'll unshare. So, Mr. Landsberger, one of your conclusions is that there was silt and runoff from properties. I want to make sure I've got the right letters. It would have been from B and C onto A and D. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. from looking at the pictures in your report, the figures, and roughly where the property lines are, I'm wondering why you are attributing any of the silt runoff to property B as opposed to property C. C, if we start with figure 9, it looks like the builder is tearing up that space. There's a pretty clear line that I'm guessing is pretty close to the property B line. If I get my little red pen out, there's this line right, whoops, there. So it seems like the disturbance, the messing with the land would be whoever is responsible for property C. If we carry that forward, and there is a question tucked in there somewhere, I promise. Again, it looks like with figure 10, figure 11, and even figure 12, these disturbances, the dirt and all that we see seem to be connected with work related to finishing that cul-de-sac as opposed to a property A situation. Why is your conclusion that it is silt and runoff from A and C rather than just C? I'm sorry, I keep saying A and B running into B and C. Why is it your conclusion that it's B and C running into A and D as opposed to just C running into A and D, if that makes sense? I know I kept mixing the letters up.
That makes sense. I appreciate the question. It's the time period. So the work that was done exclusively on property C, based on these aerial images, was done in 2020. And then that area was stabilized. Then in 2021, at some point in the early spring, there was additional dirt that was brought onto property B. And it's my understanding there was a complaint filed about that. They had to stop work, something to that effect. So what we're seeing in figure 12 is the result of that dirt being spread around properties C and B. Because you can see if you zoom in close enough, just above where property A is labeled, there is the home that is that exists on property B, and you can see that brown coloration extends from their yard across and then over to property C. And one of the larger drainage erosional features that is relatively close and may be almost entirely on property B. That one, yes.
Got it. Okay. So your sense was that the land disruption caused by, if I close this out, a little circle will follow us, but ignore that, caused by the work on the cul-de-sac, that had been stabilized. And that's, I guess, what you see here in figure 10. So we're in early 2021. And then there's something new that's done that is captured in the May 2021 image. The dirt's a different color and you have all the things we've been discussing. And if the record is, I know you weren't there and this isn't your role, if the record is that the owners of property B were responsible for that disruption, then that connects their property to the runoff, et cetera.
Yeah, that's correct. There were two separate earth moving activities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Cater, let me take this off. Do you have questions for Mr. Landsberger?
No questions.
All right. Ms. Cater?
Yes.
All right. If you go up to the podium.
Can we go back to the exhibit?
Sure. The one we were just looking at?
Yes, I just have a quick question.
Okay. Where do you want me to go?
Can I touch this?
You can touch it. It won't do anything.
Oh.
So I can go
right
up
here. I guess it's 10.
10. Okay.
This one. So my question is, did you draw this black line right here on the picture?
No.
And because the reason why I asked, only because how this black line is, this is not our property. Right, like, all, because we only have a small side on our house. And that's what we talked to the builders about when we had purchased our house, is we barely have any backyard and we barely have anything on the side of our house. So that's why I was asking, because this is property C. All that is property C. So that's why I was asking, did you draw that black line?
No, the black line is a background layer that is part of Fulton County's online GIS system. GIS stands for Geographic Information System. It's basically a fancy word for maps.
Okay, and it's an approximation of what would be property B in our discussion.
Yeah, these are not true and accurate representations of the property line. They're just there for illustrative purposes.
Okay. And that's why I was asking, because I know when the code enforcement and when the engineer came out, they also, that's why I was asking about that line, because I was about to say, that's not how that line is like going like this. That's not our property.
Okay.
Well, and
that's all I was asking, but you did say it's not accurate. So that's why I was asking. I have no further questions. That was it.
Were you going to explain something though, Mr. Landsberger?
I was going to say, in this image, this is what's called an oblique image, meaning you're looking from an angle and you're not looking from straight above. So when you switch from looking straight above to looking at an angle, all the lines get skewed around. So
got it.
In these types of images, they could be significantly off.
Okay. But I hear you, Ms. Cater, and it was pretty clear to me, just looking at, if we look at figure 9, assuming the builders were doing their best not to chop up your yard, that's a pretty narrow side yard that you've got there.
It is.
And that seems not at all inconsistent with the kind of line that we were looking at for what we've been calling property B.
Right.
Okay.
Wait, I have one more question.
Sure.
So you said this property C, right? Can we go back? We only can ask questions about this exhibit, no other exhibit?
You can ask any question you want, and if it's the question Mr. Morton doesn't like, he'll let you know. Okay,
can we go back to, it's like a previous exhibit, because they said this is property C, so I was trying to see. It was like, it was the exhibit where you kind of see some of our backyard and property C. And I guess it's like a picture from Miss Natasha.
Okay, yeah, I think I got you. Let's see if we can do that. How about that?
Right. So in this picture, are you saying that this is property C right here, or this is property B? I think we property B. This right here, this.
Well, see, he can't tell, so why don't,
okay.
But
because I was going off the
right.
picture the exhibit that was just shown.
This area up here would be that slope on property C?
Yes.
Okay, down here, this happens to be property A, or whatever Mr. Nance's is. That's property A.
Right.
This building here with the X on it is
ours.
Property B,
right.
And so the question is, where's the property line for that?
Because because I was gonna say from right here, from where you just drew that line right there.
Yeah.
On to the right is our property. So right there, like in this middle right here at the bottom, this is not our property.
Okay.
That's right there. So that was the only question I was asking him.
Got it. But that's helpful, and it's consistent with what I was asking Mr. Landsberger about, based on, if we go back to his report, he was talking about this image, figure 12, and how you can see, if I go back to the annotating, let's zoom in first. This area right here is some pretty serious erosion, and that's sort of right near where the property line would be. But I think that picture corresponds to the one Ms. Ellison has, where you can see there's like a mini Grand Canyon in the hillside.
Right, because it's like a lot of, you see where that dirt is? It's like some trees right there. And they have people, our home association have people to come cut that grass. So we don't even touch, it's like a small percentage that we have on our side.
Okay.
So that's all I was just saying. They come and do this area. That big area that you see on the side of our house, home association come to that area.
Okay. Do you have other questions for Mr.
No,
Lansberger?
that was it. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Nance?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. When did you first come out to 140?
It was April 19th this year.
April 19th, what year?
This year, 2024.
Oh, just now?
Yeah, a few months ago.
Okay, so are you familiar with the way that the yard drained from the beginning?
So yes, I was able to ascertain from the 2018 LiDAR data how the yards drained.
Could you show, could we see that? What number is that?
It's in my report. It's figure towards the end.
I'll get it. Just a sec.
16. Yes.
Okay, so where is what line says that shows the drainage coming from property A through property B?
Okay, so granted, this is a PDF of a screenshot, so it's not as clear as it would be looking at it on a computer screen running the software. Oops.
Sorry about that. Know what happened? That was weird. Where did it go? Do it again. There it is. Are we back?
Yep, I see it.
Okay.
All right, so all of the kind of irregular lines, which are orange and a few of them are green, are called topographic contour lines. Each of those lines represents a unique elevation above sea level. I don't know exactly what they are because they're not labeled in this diagram, but we do know that Mr. Cater and property C is above your property. So you can see a whole series in the top left corner of those lines very close together. That indicates a slope. We all know there's a slope there. Nobody's disputing that. The way water will flow is perpendicular to these lines. So if you go to any point on any of these topographic lines and you draw a right angle to that exact point of the line, that is the direction that water will flow. That is downhill, essentially. So there is a mark there that says approximate fence line, and that is indicated with a red line. Along that line, if you go from right to left, you can see that there.
Hold on one second. Can you kind of like draw the lines so I can kind of, get a better understanding of what he's saying? And can kind of like point the line which way he's saying the water flow, because.
Well, I'm not going to testify for him, but that's the fence line.
Yeah.
It should be straighter than that, and it's straighter on his diagram.
Yeah.
And then as I'm understanding the science he's sharing, any line you pick here, you draw a line perpendicular to it. So up on the hill, the water's going to flow that way, perpendicular to the way the lines are going. Down here, the water is going to flow this way.
Okay. Understand.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah.
That's what I wanted. Right.
And so the closer the lines are together, the more sloped an area is, and therefore the more velocity the water will have as it flows. I'm going back to the fence line. So along that fence line, going from right to left, you have these U-shaped features. If you go back up to the red line that you drew for the fence, that form from the contours. So that is indicative of a pre-existing minor drainage swale that Miss Natasha had indicated had been there before. That swale continues, it turns, in this image, it turns to the bottom of the image, kind of where the numbers are, 10, 20, 30, 40, and continues on off her property. So that is a little more to the right.
Okay, so my next question. Okay, when you did this, did you see where the water ran to off of her property?
It would go into the woods.
Into the woods. Just into the woods.
Yes.
So we got a puddle in the woods because it got to stop somewhere to ask.
Well, ultimately, there's a creek down there. I forget what the name of the creek is, so it would end up there.
So it would run into a creek or a pond, right?
Quite a ways away, but yes.
Okay, so you guys wasn't these wasn't the guys that installed the first drainage system, because he just came this year, right?
Well, you can ask him.
Was you guys the same ones to install the drain system?
No.
Okay. Do you have any do you know how far the creek is or the pond is from Miss Natasha's house to?
No, he said.
Like, do
If you go to-
you have a geographic view?
He's saying something. What did you say? Go to figure 2?
Go to figure 2.
All right. Hold on.
Scroll up.
Figure 2. Okay.
See on the left side of that figure, there's a blue line and it's labeled Morning Creek. So the dimension of property D, which is Miss Natasha's property, is about 150 feet from the cul-de-sac to her back property line, the bottom one there. And so I'm going to guess that it's at least 2 more of those. So it would be around 300 feet or more away from her property.
So there would be some sort of trench, because you have to direct it some type of way, right? When our houses were built, which was in the 70s, 1970, they had to make some sort of trench for the water to continue to the creek, right?
Presuming that it's maintained, yeah.
Okay. No more questions.
Would there be yellow boxes on the screen on exhibit 2 in this area if there were houses there?
There would. That's all wooded area.
That's all wooded area. So there could be a trench. It could also just be that through nature and the way elevations work, water flows this way. And I'm randomly picking that direction, but it's not that this area that I circled is developed. The water's going to go where it goes. And there could be a drainage trench from 1970, but it could be that nature gets it to the creek, which is why there's a creek there.
I did not investigate that area, but I would speculate that it was more of a natural feature that had formed.
Okay. Right. I have one more question.
Sure.
So she was saying that her fence to the left of her yard was damaged. And if you notice, the water runs to the left of her yard, right?
You don't ask me a question. You want to ask the engineer. I'm just going to make it up.
Right.
The damage was associated with the rear fence, the one in the back that.
What in the photos that we saw, she was showing to the left where the water was piled up, and said it was mud. So it wasn't just the fence in the back, the rear that was damaged. It was also the one that on the left that she was also saying was damaged too.
Let me show you, just so you can know what we're talking about. One second. Let me get that up there. It's now. So
that's the back. That's it.
Yeah, let me rotate it. Well, I don't need to rotate. There's that one.
That's it.
So tell the witness your question.
Okay, so if there's a pond, if there's a creek or a pond to the left, to the opposite side of that fence, right? If there's a possibility that it could be backed up with stopping the water flow from going the direction that way it could be going, that it should be going, and stopping right there?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Okay. She have.
So we're all oriented. The fence we're looking at is not the back fence of the property. This would be, if you're in the backyard looking towards the back fence, your chain link fence is to the right. And the fence we see here with the pretty serious silt and mud accumulation, that would be on the left-hand side, not the back of the yard.
Correct.
Okay, what's your question about that?
Is it a possibility that it could be stopped up on the opposite side of her fence, which is stopping the water from flowing the way it should be, which is making it do that?
No, I don't think so, because the topographic contours, if you look at the larger picture, all trend down towards the creek. So,
but if you look at it, it's a puddle of water right now. So something else have to be stopping it. Just I'm just asking.
So my judgment based. Sorry, go ahead.
Your turn.
All right. So my judgment based on this photograph is that we can see brown silty water along the fence. When water has silt in it and it hits an obstruction, the silt will settle out. It will accumulate. So my observation here is that previously there may have been a passageway underneath that fence, but as a result of the silt accumulating, and what I observed when I was out there, that passageway is gone, and so the mud and silt has accumulated in the backyard, which has resulted in more water ponding in the backyard.
We focus some, Mr. Landsberger, on this picture. This is all part of plaintiff's eye, where there was, Ms. Ellison testified, there was a trench or a ditch that directed water in normal times across her property. And I think that this area here is sort of where the back and the left meet. So that's sort of like the left-hand corner. But because it got blocked up here with silt, as you can see, the water began to flow that way, and yes, all the stuff's still going to be on the screen. If we go back to this picture, led to the accumulation of all of the silt and water along the left-hand side. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you have other questions?
One more. But if you look at the way, the direction that he's on his, it's saying that the water is flowing, it wouldn't flow back up. It would continue to go. And so it would be a pool, it would be a puddle of water in the back, not going down the long side of the fence, if you look at from where he presented.
So you want to look at his diagram again?
Yeah, so we can keep this photo in mind and then look at his diagram.
Okay, keeping that photo in mind. And then go back to 16, the one with the
lines.
The lines. All right. So what would you say, this is property D, Mr. Landsberger here, well, you labeled it. Which way is the water flowing if there are no obstructions in Ms. Ellison's backyard?
So along the fence line, there's indicators that it is flowing directly to the left and then into the woods. And then other areas of her property have indicators that it's flowing diagonally down.
Okay. So what's your question?
So you see how like the water's on the whole fence line? How could it be possible if it's saying that it's going perpendicular to that?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. The fence line had water on the right to the left.
It did.
All the way down.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't it be piled up in that corner down there instead of all the way down? Because if you look at the lines, it's going perpendicular.
I understand.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's go back to that picture and then he can narrate because the picture's right here. Okay, so this picture here, the corner of the lot, which is sort of the way the water would flow, would sort of be down here. And so your question, Mr. Nance, is why isn't there a giant reservoir of water down here? And how on earth is it going this way along the fence?
Right.
Okay.
The only thing I could see well I'm asking him, why, well, you're right, why is it up that way and not all down there at the bottom like it should be?
So the topographic contours do not depict the fence. So you have to use judgment when you see that fence, which cuts across the topographic contours. So then water that is flowing at a 90-degree angle to those contours will get interrupted. It will hit the fence, and then water that has siltation in it will the fence will slow it down. That silt will settle out, and over enough periods of rain and siltation, you will get a damming effect, basically.
How long? What's it? You say period of rain? Like how long would that take? Because this photo was taken in when? When was this photo taken?
He's not going to know when the photo was taken.
But you say, well, how long of a time span would it take for the water to do that?
It varies. So, I mean, it depends on the climate in any given time. If you get a lot of heavy rains, it could happen quickly.
Got an example?
An example of what?
How long would it take for something to do that? Because we know water is going to find its way out. So water pile up somewhere is looking for a way to keep moving. So could you give us an example of how long it would take for water to pile up and start going back the opposite way of the direction that it should be going in?
So scientifically, that would require some type of calculation, which would require me to sit down, assume certain inputs, and come up with an answer. So off the top of my head, I can't.
Okay, so if Miss Ellison is saying that we're responsible for the damage of her yard, don't you think that's something that you guys probably should have talked about? Like, you know, if it came from this, it started this, and it got to this point. Like,
I don't really understand the question.
That may be more an argument for you to make. I don't know that Mr. Landsberger was given that project to figure out. He's more explaining how the water ought to flow, and then he's helped me understand a fence could interrupt that flow. Although if there's a gap between the fence and the ground, water will go underneath it, unless of course silt fills up that, which would explain why instead of going under, the water crept its way up the fence in a direction different. The little blue arrows I drew are sort of consistent with what we've been talking about, water out of flow kind of in that direction. But it's going to creep along the fence if it's blocked by the silt.
Okay, one more question.
Sure.
Do you have a picture of the opposite side of the fence? Did you take a look at it?
Yes.
Or you just do you have, is it on here? Did you present it?
It's not in this exhibit.
So
no.
we can see the silt blocking the bottom of the fence, because there would be something good to show, right?
I have several pictures of that. So it's up to the attorney to present them.
I think you put them in there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Morton?
Yes, Mr. Landsberger, just to be clear, exhibit photo 16, the LiDAR, that was the conditions in 2018, correct?
Yes.
That's not the conditions today.
Correct.
And that's not the conditions in 2021.
Correct.
And those conditions can change over time?
The topographic contours, depending on man-made influences, can change. Erosion can happen, stuff like that.
And one of those changes can be made by a fence?
Yes.
Correct? It can be made by dumping truckloads of dirt in a certain place?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Mr. Landsberger, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
Welcome.
All right. We are at a good time to break for lunch. Before we do that, though, Mr. Morton, do you have other witnesses?
Just myself as to attorney's fees.
Okay, when we get back, you can present those. And then we'll turn to you all. You can go in whatever order you want. So maybe over lunch, you can talk about who wants to put on any evidence. And again, your evidence could be that you testify, in which case you'll take the witness stand. Deputy Gordon will swear you in, and then you'll kind of just talk because no one will be asking you questions initially. You'll be saying, let me tell you what's really going on here. But then Mr. Morton will be given a chance to cross-examine you. And you should know, I don't think it'll be a problem, but Mr. Cater, if you're on the stand, when Mr. Morton's done, I'm gonna ask Ms. Cater if she's got any questions for you. And she may say, hey, who did the laundry this weekend? Yeah, Mr. Nance, you'll be able to ask questions as well, okay? All right. Mr. Morton, anything else before we break for lunch?
No, Judge. I think once I give you the numbers on the attorney's fees, our side will rest.
Okay. Mr. Cater, anything before we break for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cater?
No.
You raised your hand, Mr. Nance.
I wanted this, you receive emails with photos.
You sent a bunch of stuff. Have you shared that stuff with Mr. Morton?
I don't know how.
Well, he's standing right there. So during the lunch break, you guys should talk so he can see what it is that you sent Ms. Niles. And then that way he'll be in a position. He's already made one objection that, hey, there were these deadlines. And I may decide that that's a reason not to admit it, but you reminded me that you were added late to this process. And so you were a little rushed in getting ready for all this. And frankly, I want to get the whole picture anyway. And so it may be that I allow in your exhibits if they're otherwise admissible. But the first step will be to share them with Mr. Morton over the lunch break, because he may say, oh, I have no issue with those. They can come on in. And he may have an issue that has nothing to do with late, but you don't have the right foundation, or the only way to get that in is you need to bring in your contractor or whatever. Okay. All right. Let's be back here 12:30 on your clock. That clock is slow, but let's be back here at 12:30. Okay. I'm not 12:30, 1:30, 1:30, 1 hour for lunch, 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are unmuted now. Ms. Russell, are you out there?
I am, Your Honor. I'm ready when you are.
All right, did you have a good lunch?
I did. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, let's get back started. We are together again in Ellison versus Cater and Nance. And Mr. Morton, when we broke, you told us you had one witness left. That would be you to talk about your attorney's fees. Is that still the case?
That is the case, Judge.
All right, I'm ready for you.
All right, may I share the screen?
May.
On the screen are the invoices from my office showing the billing that has been sent to Ms. Ellison. These bills go up to the end of June of 2024. I'm happy to scroll through them. I'm happy to answer any questions. But in general, what they show is that I have worked on this case for a pretty sort of since the beginning. There wasn't another attorney involved before me, James Tucker. You'll see 2 hours of invoice time on there for Mr. Tucker. He was charging her $225 an hour. So there's a total of $450 on the invoices for Mr. Tucker. On the invoices, you'll see that there's a total of 16.4 hours billed for me for a total of $4,305. I have been billing Ms. Ellison at the rate of $262.50. As I said, that only goes up until June 2024. So there are 7 hours additional charges for July, which includes being here today. Again, at the rate of $262.50, that would be $1,837.50. When you add all 3 of those numbers together, you get $6,592.50. My name is Lawrence Morton. I've been practicing law in the state of Georgia for 20 years. Actually, last month was my 20th year. I got my license in June of 2004. I practiced throughout the entire state of Georgia, as well as the metro Atlanta area. As I said, I am charging Ms. Ellison the hourly rate of $262.50. I believe that's actually less than probably what the average is right now in metro Atlanta. So my fee that I'm charging her, I believe, is extremely reasonable based on what the hourly rates are currently in the metro Atlanta area. So I'm free to answer any questions on that, and I'll have some more to say on that when it comes to the closing.
You want to tender Exhibit O?
Yeah, I can tender that. And like I said, it's true and correct copy. I printed those off from my own billing system. I'm the one that put in most of those entries other than the couple from Mr. Tucker.
Yeah.
I have redacted a couple lines here and there where it's talking about her trust balance and things like that, which is not relevant when it comes to what's been charged and what's been paid.
Okay.
So I'll tender Exhibit O.
All right. Mr. Cater, do you have any questions of Mr. Morton about either the rate at which he bills or the number of hours that he worked on Ms. Ellison's case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection to Exhibit O?
No objection.
All right. Ms. Cater, same 2 questions. Anything for Mr. Morton about his rate, his hours, or any objection to Exhibit O?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Nance?
But I guess I have a question.
Sure.
Because I was sent something that said that I had to pay her attorney fees.
You had to pay whose attorney's fees? Okay. I don't know what you were sent, but that's part of what they're suing for, which is why Mr. Morton just spent this time saying, here's how much I cost per hour and here's how many hours I work. That's just sort of how he has to prove it up. That doesn't mean that, oh, you may have been sent something. You were not providing discovery. Mr. Morton had asked you for some information and you were supposed to give him that information.
I called him and I asked him, try to explain what he was looking for. He told me that I wouldn't understood and that I wouldn't understand that I probably should get a lawyer and let my lawyer talk to him. But I did try to get what he asked me for.
Okay, 2 different things though. What Mr. Morton was talking about today, and this invoice is the work that he did for Ms. Ellison to move this lawsuit along and get ready for today and the work he's doing today. There was a side situation we had where Mr. Morton had, we call it serving discovery. He gave you some questions that you needed to answer, and you're recording the same way you could have given them to Mr. Morton, saying, hey, I want to get the survey from Ms. Ellison. The kinds of things you were asking Ms. Ellison about, you could have asked for before trial. Hey, I want to see the South Fulton City report. Now, a lawyer would know to ask for that. A non-lawyer might not know to ask for that, but you had the ability to, we call it engaging in discovery, where you can ask for information. You could ask for information from the Caters too, because they're a party to it, to this lawsuit. And it sounds like Mr. Morton asked you for some things, you didn't necessarily provide them, and he had to spend some money to try to get you to provide those. And so that little thing that you were required to pay, that was an order from me saying there were these things you were obligated to do. That number should have been a whole lot less than $6,900.
Okay, I just didn't want to be held in contempt for nothing, because.
Okay, I don't think you're going to be held in contempt.
Okay.
Any objection to Exhibit O?
No, sir.
All right, Exhibit O is admitted. Mr. Morton, anything else?
That is all, Your Honor. We will rest.
All right, the plaintiff has rested. You guys decide in which order you want to go?
No, it doesn't matter. On.
Okay. Well, you want to drink more of that green thing, and I'll start with Mr. Nance or start with Ms. Cater?
I would rather go last.
He wants to go last. All right.
I'll go.
All right, Ms. Cater. And so by going, you're going to come up and be sworn in, and then you're going to provide your testimony, things you've been thinking about and whatnot. And then, of course, you'll be subject to examination by Mr. Morton, if he has questions, and then the two defendants as well. Okay, come on up, please.
You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, Lord, now, see. Can you state your name for the record?
Shanae Cater, SHON_NAECATER.
Whenever you're ready.
So the reason why I had asked Miss Ellison about, like, the question I asked her about what is the definition of hiring someone. So I was confused when I got served the information that she was trying to sue me, because I wasn't in on anything with my husband. So that's why I was confused. That's why I was asking her, did she, knock on my door or anything to talk to me about what was going on? Because my husband, he makes all the choices.
So when you say not in on anything, you make it sound like I didn't rob the bank. I wasn't in on that.
So what I'm
and
saying,
I know that's not this, but
right.
Tell me the kinds of things that you believe your husband did that you're saying, hey, he may have done that. He's the boss in that space. He doesn't tell me what to wear or what to
Right.
do. Do you work?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't work. So what I'm saying is he was doing all the talking.
Talking to whom?
Mr. Nance. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. So
Okay.
I didn't know anything about, Miss Ellison backyard. That's why I was asking her those questions to get a better understanding, because again, I'm confused. So when the police officer gave me the paperwork, I was confused. I was like, so he's like, I can't answer none of your questions. I can't say nothing, but I just didn't understand. That
Right.
was the thing.
And it's technically a police officer. It's a sheriff's deputy.
Yeah,
And he's simply there to hand you the
Right.
papers.
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything about the
Yeah.
lawsuit. He doesn't know Ms. Ellison. He doesn't know Mr. Morton. He's like, hey, ma'am, please just take these and sign here or whatever. That's
Right.
all they do. It's a pretty boring job.
Right.
Unless there's some people who try to avoid being served, and that's kind of fun because you wait till they're in line, like at a McDonald's, and then you knock on their window and drop it in through their car window. Like,
Right.
served you. You were very easy. You were at home. You said thank you and this and that. Okay. So he wasn't going to be able to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. He said, I don't know. I'm just here to serve you. That's what he said. He said he can't answer my question because he don't know. So he told me just, answer it, and that was it. So that's why I was confused.
Okay.
So that's why I was looking at those pictures saying what I was saying, because I know where our backyard ends and I know like on the side of the yard, but that was it. So I did get a knock at the door from oh my gosh, code enforcement. And again, it was like early, probably early in the morning, I can't really remember. And he only needed to speak to my husband because my husband's name is on everything. So he can't speak to me. He told me he had to give, it was something he gave to my husband, I can't remember. And he said he couldn't speak with me. Just like home association, because they got involved because again, that's their common law. So when I tried to call them and talk to them about it, they told me they can't speak to me either. So.
Okay. When did you all move into property B?
We closed on our house January 9th, 2020.
All right, so you've been in there since 2020. Got it. And were you the first people to occupy it?
Yes.
All right.
So after he gave me the paper, so that's why I was trying to finish that story.
Okay.
So he told, because my husband been going to court about that. It's like a long situation that's been going on.
Okay.
So
and who is that dispute between? Is it between? Okay.
Because they can't.
I'll ask him when he's up.
Right. They can't really talk to me. I don't know why. It doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
Well, I do know why. They say because my name not on there, so that's why they can't talk to me. But so when code enforcement said something like it's the builder's fault, and they told the builders to put a retaining wall or something up, and they said that they can get sued. So I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, that's it. That's all I got to say. So that was it. I wish I would have asked me.
Ever since.
Right.
So you were in your house before Mr. Nance was in his house?
I believe.
You think so? Or close in time? All right. And do you have any understanding of why dirt was brought in?
So my husband did tell me why dirt was brought in. He did tell me.
Okay.
He did talk to me about it.
Was that something that your husband did or someone else did?
Are you saying like he put the dirt there?
Well, I don't mean he like driving the truck.
No.
But did the dirt show up because your husband arranged for it? Or because the builder arranged for it? Or code enforcement arranged for it?
So it's because my husband arranged for it.
Okay.
Not me. I didn't arrange for anything. So that's bringing me back to the beginning, like confusion. So that's why I was saying to her earlier, why you couldn't knock on my door, because we could have talked about this, because Shanae didn't say anything. Shanae has nothing to do with the situation.
Okay.
So
got it.
What else happened? Guess that's it. I'm just trying to think. But like I said, the home association did get involved because my husband had to go to court for that. He had to pay dues for that because of common area. Again, that common area. And I mean, I don't know what else to say.
You don't have to say anything.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Mr. Morton, do you have any questions for Ms. Cater?
A couple questions. You had talked about, they told you that the builder can be sued. Have you filed a lawsuit against the builder?
No. So we tried to contact the builder. Oh my gosh, I can't think of his name. I tried calling him. He answered.
Is this the Liberty Builders?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's like you're kind of putting us in a situation, in a kind of sort of, because of our house. If you look at our house, we have no backyard in the back. So when code enforcement came, he did say that in, over time, like 10, 15 years, that it could come down. So he didn't say come down now, these new homes. So I did try to call the builder. Yes, I did.
But you haven't sued the builder?
No. And that's what me and my neighbors were talking about, doing something in the neighborhood because it's all on our street. If you look at the back, it's all like that.
Right. It reminds me of those houses in California where they're starting to slide off the cliff into the
Yes.
ocean. You don't have an ocean, but it's still a cliff.
Right.
When you said you tried to contact the builder, does that mean you called or you emailed?
I called. No, I didn't email because I don't have his email. And I called him and he told me he was in court. I'm trying to remember his name. I just got a description of him, but he's the one who walked us through our house when we had our closing and everything like that. We talked about the backyard again, because again, it's barely no backyard back there. So, I mean, that was it with him.
Did you receive the demand letter that Miss Ellison had her attorney send you?
Was it to my email? I believe so. I think so.
When you got that demand letter, did you reach out to Miss Ellison?
No, I didn't reach out to her. What I did, I didn't even know if I could reach out to her. But when I got served my paper, it said that she tried to notify me. That's why I asked her earlier, did you knock on my door? Did you ring my doorbell? Because on the documentation, when you submit it to the court, it said that she did that. So that's why I was asking. And but no, I did not reach out to her.
Okay, but you did get the demand letter.
I believe so.
When you got the demand letter, did you reach out to her attorney?
I don't think so. I know her attorney was calling me. It was a lady, so I'm not understanding who that was. Well, that's her attorney. And she was like, I can't answer your questions. You just need to submit. She was telling me I need to go answer to the court or something. I don't know. It was some lady.
So Miss Ellison's attorney was calling you, telling you that she can't answer your questions?
Yeah, she was calling me, trying to get in contact with my husband as well. And so it's hard to get in contact with him. So I'm the one who answered the phone, emailed, everything. So I don't know. It was some lady. She called me. I'm not sure her name.
No further questions, Judge.
Mr. Cater, do you have any questions for Ms. Cater?
Yes. Do I have to stand up?
You need to go to the podium.
Oh, okay, yeah. Do you remember Preston Brown?
Yes.
New Orleans go by Big Easy.
Yes.
And do you know what? I can't remember the exact date. Do you remember the day me, you, and the kid? Well, we didn't have Melanie at the time. Me, you, and Miles, we were going somewhere. We were in a hurry. We got a knock on the door.
Yes.
Repeated knock, and I'm like, who the hell is this?
Yes.
And who was there? Preston Brown, right?
Yes.
And what did he tell me? What did he tell me about the earth in the back of our yard?
So Preston Brown knocked on our door and wanted to throw some dirt.
Who's Preston Brown?
Preston Brown is
nope, not your turn.
Oh.
Do you know who Preston Brown is? The Big Easy?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
And that's why I felt weird, because I told my husband out of all these houses, new houses, when a new development, he choose to knock on our door. Why? Why is that?
Okay.
And
I can explain that. So you don't know Preston Brown. This guy shows
we both
up.
don't. We both don't. That's the weird thing. We don't know who he is. So again, that goes back to what I was saying. If you look at the back of our house, we don't have any land, like any backyard.
Yeah.
So that's why because my husband really didn't want to buy the house at first. So I said, but it's just our starter home, because I was pregnant at the time and needed a house. So he knocked on my door and he said, hey, I got all this dirt. Can I put this dirt on your yard? So that's what my husband's speaking of.
Okay.
That's not.
No,
that's not how it went.
Well, why don't you ask your next question? Just remember, you're not testifying now. You'll get to do that next.
Sure, no, that ain't how it went.
But was I outside?
Sweet talked us.
I wasn't outside with you.
Talk me to my son.
All right, ask your next question rather than have a back and forth.
Did he or did he not volunteer to fix our problem?
He did.
Saying that he looks out for people like us, relating to black folks. And then he was saying he'd do it off for free.
Yeah.
Yes. Off the strength of being another black man. What he did.
How that went.
So what I didn't know was later on down the line, when he put it down, he didn't have.
So you're testifying now? You're going to get to do that in a minute. You need to ask. If you've got questions for Ms. Cater, ask her questions. But in a moment. Hear that? Tell me you hear that. Good. That's our issue. Keep going.
Oh. And that goes back to my question I was asking her. I know kind of sounded like sarcastic, but it wasn't when I was asking, do you know the definition of hiring someone? Because he wasn't hired. So that's why I was saying like, that just goes back to the beginning.
Okay.
Oh, one more question. When I got reported through HOA and all that, code enforcement came. When I let them know who did it, didn't code enforcement, then I let you know that code enforcement told me that this dude has a lawsuit or something in Union City as well.
Yes, that's what code
Known for
enforcement.
that.
That's what code enforcement did instruct my husband, because my husband did tell me about it, but code enforcement did talk to him about that. That's what he told me. So I tried to find him, and I did find him on social media.
Preston Brown.
Right, because he ran off. He just dumped this pile of dirt in his new neighborhood, and that's how the dirt came about. Again, I don't know who he is.
He's being paid somewhere else to haul dirt away, and he didn't want to pay to take it to a dump.
I'm so green. I was 23 at the time. I bought the house at 23.
You fell through the line, help a brother out. Yeah. Okay.
So that dirt got, it was on a common law area.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nance, do you have any questions for Ms. Cater? No. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We're working on that static. That's what the gentleman in the orange mask is here for. He's the static guy.
Okay.
I know that's not helpful for you, Ms. Russell. We're trying to make it go away.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That gets us to you, Mr. Cater. You want to come testify? Hold on, before you start. Does this sound like it's coming from someone's device that is somehow, I mean, I can show you the participant list. There's no one who is unmuted. The only thing unmuted is the podium. And Mr. Morton is on, but he doesn't even have an audio connection. Court reporter is muted, and then we're on, and that's it. Yeah, we got some Kendrick Lamar going or something.
We have some music.
Sure. Okay. I'll tell you, this didn't happen in Bibb County. I know you weren't down there, but whoa. What'd you just do? Oh, no. You turned off the Lamar channel?
I just turned down the volume on the TV itself. I doubt that was making a difference.
Right. Okay. Well, we'll press on. And I'm glad you heard it at least, so you're not saying like, yeah, McBurney says there are noises, but you heard it. Okay, great. Sorry, let's swear Mr. Cater in now. Oh, not quite.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
Yeah.
Put on your seat. And state this good name for the record.
Dorico Cater, Delta Echo Romeo India Charlie Oscar. Last name Charlie Alpha Tango Echo Romeo.
Mr. Cater, what do you do for a living?
I'm a line haul driver, so I pull double trailers.
How long have you been doing that?
5 years.
Is that how you know the radio call alphabet like that?
I was Army.
You were Army.
Active duty.
How long were you in the Army?
3.5.
All right, thank you.
Years, sorry.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right, you're up. You're under oath. So you're basically testifying now. You can talk about Preston Brown or the HOA or whatever you want to share in connection with this litigation.
Yeah, so long story short, Preston Brown, basically I found out he was a con artist. Yeah, so he was like, yeah, man, I see your earth in your backyard washing away, and sooner or later, you ain't gonna have no backyard. And I seen what he was talking about, but I also seen it when I bought the house, but it started, when he told me, I noticed it actually got worse. But, you know, I was so green, I was 22, 23 at the time, I didn't know, like, I should have just reached out to the builders or, you know, pursued to sue them instead of trying to fix it myself. And long story short, yeah, I got bit in the end because of him. He messed up like 10 tiles of sidewalk that I had to get replaced, and he was supposed to cover. because he didn't lay down the right wooden planks and all that
Oh,
stuff.
because he drove trucks over the sidewalk and busted them.
Yeah, he crushed them. So he was supposed to pay me like $2,000 for that. I had to pay for that out of pocket. He also didn't have engineers. He didn't have engineers, but I didn't know at the time because I was away from the home. I think I was at work or something. So they didn't lay it down how they're supposed to do it, like an eighth of it. I forgot how it is, how you layer it, you know that.
How many truckloads of dirt did he give you?
He was at 2.5 or 3, something like that.
And this isn't like a little Tonka truck. This would be like a big old dump truck.
Yeah. That one got the ox. I forgot what it's called. But
The Mac kind of
Matador, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much it about that. So I had to get the dirt removed. I had to pay extra to get the dirt removed.
removed.
Yeah.
So where did he drop it off?
No, he did it. They dropped it off in my on my property and all that.
And so what did it just look like? You had this giant mound in the back?
No, they spaced it out and everything, but they didn't really like I said, they didn't have the proper engineer
Okay.
to layer it to where it could be compact and all that. Because the code enforcement said had he had the right had a proper engineer to do that, I would have never had to remove the earth. I could have just got the permit and got my retaining wall built right away.
So he put dirt down and then who complained?
I think it was HOA. Yeah, I think it was HOA.
Complained to the city?
Yes.
And that's South Fulton?
Right.
And that's why code enforcement showed up?
Right.
And what did they say the problem was?
Like I said, I didn't have a permit at the time when I did it, so yeah.
And you need a permit to, like, I can buy a bag of soil. I don't need a permit to put a bag of soil in.
Yeah.
But you need a permit, what, if it's that much dirt?
Because of HOA.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was HOA. So HOA, you need permission to even paint the outside of your house a different color.
Yeah.
They want a uniform.
Yeah. Okay. So what is the code enforcement, what do they tell you need to do? Remove all the dirt that the guy put in?
After I got the earth removed and all that, I had to do the simp. I had to do the erosion control. You remember earlier I told you that I had to put my own silt fencing down.
Yeah, well we saw one picture where there were these green, it looked like,
yeah.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I did it.
Okay.
I did it. So
how did you get the dirt removed? Do you have to hire someone or you just rented a backhoe?
Yeah.
Which?
Hired somebody.
Hired someone.
Yes, sir. So I had to do the erosion control. So I did my own silt fencing, and a code enforcement came and he inspected and he said I was good to go. So the next time I was in virtual court, what do you call it? Start with an 8? No, the clerk. The clerk said I was good and no problems out of it anymore. And I didn't hear from it for a little while after that. I paid my fines and that was it.
All right, so let me make sure I understand. You say yes to Preston Brown. He dumps off 2.5 to 3 truckloads of dirt. And where does it go? Does it go in the backyard?
Yeah, it goes on the side, on my left side of the house where the garage is at.
Yeah.
Into the backyard.
Okay. Let me. Oops. I'm just looking for a picture so you can help me understand. Not that one. Let's do. All right, so we're in Exhibit A. That's the engineer report. Does your screen have any weird things on it, or does it say stay mute? Yeah, click stay mute. All right.
So figure 12.
Yeah, so figure 12, the dirt that you put in, is it basically what extends your backyard? Yeah. Or does this not show the dirt that you put in?
Because if you look at the ones, I can't move it. But
no, I'll move it though.
If you look at, I think it's figure 11, you will see like how tight it was. No, wait. Not 11, I think it was before that. No.
So 10, it doesn't look like the dirt's there. It's like all.
I'm talking about like if you look on the one previous before that, I think it's where it shows my back.
Okay, so here's your backyard.
See how tight it is?
Yeah.
So like how it used to be so bad to where like when I used to cut the grass and or just walk around the house to go take the trash up front.
Yeah.
I used to almost fall off that little cliff.
Got it. And so if we go to here, the figure 12, now it goes way past, there's that little, I'm assuming that little white square is kind of like
That's
a
my little back step.
slab you can stand
Yeah, the
on.
little slab. I
Hold on one second.
Have you guys heard the static in like the last minute or so?
No.
Okay. I think I might have fixed it, but just in case, would it be okay for me to disconnect, reconnect some of my cables? You'll hear a bit of static, or when I pull them out, but I should be done.
As long as it doesn't disconnect the podium, because then the court reporter can't hear us.
It will disconnect it for like a second, aside from
1 second? Okay, go for it. So what we're looking at in figure 12 would be after Mr. Brown did his work, because now you can step off on that little cement pad. You could walk, I'm gonna make it up, 10 feet and you're not falling off the cliff.
Yeah,
so that's the landfill or infill that he did.
Correct.
And you had to undo all that?
Yeah, I had to remove it since because he didn't lay it down properly.
Okay.
The engineer.
And so you had to hire someone who maybe didn't break sidewalk tiles.
Yeah, so when they got it all up, they did it at a I forgot how they staggered it. They staggered it like
so it's kind of terraced.
They kind of like staggered it like stairs, so it wouldn't like roll off.
Yeah.
So
okay. I think I understand that. Keep going.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I did erosion control. And like I said, code enforcement hasn't bothered me like ever since.
So code enforcement in the end had to sign off that you had removed enough dirt and done sufficient erosion control.
Each code enforcement officer, they had to keep coming out and telling me like, it's like they had to be in court with me the next time. Like, if I couldn't get something fixed like prior to the the court date.
Yeah.
So yeah, they signed off on it and everything, confirmed it.
And what's the time frame of this? Like, what roughly month, year does Preston Brown show up and say, "Brother, do I have a deal for you"?
Had to be like February 2021, because it wasn't March 5th, because my birthday is March 5th. Like I don't do anything like that. Like I'm normally like gone somewhere, so it had to be like February maybe 15th or something like that.
Okay.
It was on the weekend.
Say it was February 21. How long is the dirt there before homeowners associations coming down on you? Code enforcement says get it out of there.
Probably like a week.
Oh, not very long at all.
It was like maybe like 5 days.
Okay.
The code enforcement was like, they're like, yeah, man, like your neighbors, like they're against you. What you mean? Like, I tried. I was trying to help you out a little bit, give you a little lineage. And he was like, but you had like 3 neighbors in your neighborhood complaining. He was like, you got to watch them too, because they close. But, you couldn't tell me the proximity.
Yeah. So, if it's a week later that people are already complaining and code enforcement is telling you there's an issue, how long after Preston Brown does his thing are you paying someone to remove it all?
That next court date, which is probably like for less than a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we get to March, let's say it happened in February of 21, by the middle of March 21, is the dirt gone and your erosion control is in there, or is it longer than that?
Probably probably close to April or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Mr. Morton, do you have questions for Mr. Cater?
Yes. Just want to make sure that I have it right on what's going on here. So you're saying that this Preston Brown just showed up at your house and said, I want to make a deal.
Well, let him finish and then you can tell the whole story, but let him finish his question.
So you're saying that Preston Brown showed up at your house, said, help me out.
No, he didn't say that.
Okay. What did he say?
What I said earlier, like, as me and my wife and my kid, we were leaving out on a Saturday. Like some dude just kept ringing and knocking on the door. And I'm like, the hell? Like, so I answered it and he like, hey, what's going on, brother? I see the back of your yard. It's you got a whole bunch of your earth about to get washed away and all that. So he like, let me take you around back, let me show you. So he was showing me, I'm like, damn, it got worse, you know. It did get worse. Cause like I said previously, I could barely go around the house to like take the trash out up front. Because on the other side of my house, the builders, me and my neighbor, we both complained about it to the builders. They really didn't install like no drain ditches. So the houses across from us, their stuff runs off into on the other side of the house where the AC units are. So I couldn't go that way, it's muddy. So when he said it, I'm like, yeah, you know, I could see it. Like, cause I almost seen like my foundation on my house showing almost. So.
Okay, and the solution was, he said, let me dump some dirt back here?
He said, if you don't mind, I want to help you out. I got some dirt that I can you know, fill your yard in, and I won't charge you anything, you know. You gotta look out for each other. That's what he said.
Okay, and you said sure.
Yeah, and he did it the next day. But while I was going at work or something. So while I was gone, I came back and I noticed that he messed up my the sidewalk. So he messed up like 10 tiles. So when I reached out to him, he was like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna give you $2,000 or whatever. Yeah, we gave him $2,000. Tried to chase him down, like trying to find him, couldn't locate him. And when I told my wife about it, told him his name and everything, I think I looked him up by his Cash App or something like that. And that's when she did some little investigating and found out what his name was.
So in the end, you agreed to let Mr. Brown dump some dirt in your backyard.
Yeah, agreed.
And he dumped 2.5 to 3 dump truckloads of dirt in your backyard.
Yeah.
You said you hired someone to remove the dirt.
Correct.
Do you have any documents with you today showing who you hired and what you paid them to do?
No, I don't.
The court also brought up, you know, the green netting and the silt fence that was back there at one point, and I think you said you put that up.
Yes, correct.
Did you put that up before you had moved dirt?
Before?
Yeah.
No, it was after. It was after the dirt was moved.
So after you removed the dirt,
yeah,
then you put up that green netting and that silt fence.
Erosion control, because I was about to get ready to grow the grass.
And then you said something to the effect of the code inspector or code told you that you were good to go at some point.
Yeah, they gave me the green light.
Do you got
my next court date? I forgot when that was. I don't recall. It was so many years ago.
Do you have any documents with you showing that ultimately the code enforcement said you're good to go?
No, I don't.
Can I share the screen, Judge?
You may.
I'm showing you what I marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit P. Do you recognize this document?
Yeah.
And what is this document?
What I got accused of, failure to obtain permit, like I told the judge earlier. Failure to install and maintain BMP.
So you got 2 citations.
Correct.
And according to this, it shows that this citation issued on March the 16th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So on March the 16th, 2021, you hadn't moved the dirt yet?
No.
Okay. And it looks like the court date was April the 12th, 2021. Do you see that at the bottom?
Yeah.
Did that court date happen?
As far as I know, I don't recall. That
Was the case
3 years ago?
Was your case resolved on April the 12th, 2021?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
It was ongoing for like a year.
Okay.
What was still going?
The
Because it sounded like you got the dirt out of there pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then
it was just the main, like, as far as like keeping it boxed in and everything, which I kept doing.
Boxed in, meaning keeping the dirt on the hill?
Yeah, keeping it on the hill. So I put the grass seed and all and hay and all that. I kept putting all that down.
Okay.
So you're saying it was almost a year. That's because code enforcement kept requiring you to do more stuff.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't fixed in March, correct?
No.
It wasn't fixed in April.
Mm.
And I'm gonna go back to the first page, and this first page, and correct me if I'm wrong, indicates that you ultimately pled guilty to both of these charges.
Right.
And you were fined,
Right.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like that was in October of 2021.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, it was ongoing for almost a year.
And the reason it finished in October was code enforcement finally said you had done enough.
Yeah, that was the when they finally told me about the silt fence, because they weren't telling me everything. Like I said, the builder, that's when I found out, that's when code enforcement told me that it was the builder's fault. They said that they had a problem, they previously had a problem with the builders prior to me buying the house. And they said they don't know how they let that slip through the cracks.
Have you sued the builder?
No.
Have you sued Mr. Brown?
Not yet.
Why not?
I was trying to deal with this case.
No further questions.
Ms. Cater, do you have any questions for Mr. Cater?
Yes. My question is, can you get in contact with Preston Brown? Do you have his contact information?
No, I think I lost that when I got my new phone, but I have his cash app, if that can help.
So you don't have his phone number?
No.
Okay, so can you sue him? Like, do you have his information to sue him? Like contact information, email, do you have that?
No, but if I remember correctly, his he might have emailed his business number. I mean his business name.
Do you recall calling him and his phone was off?
I remember him having me on block, yeah.
How did I find him? Do you remember that or no?
Was it social media?
It was. But what was the name he told you that he go by?
Big Easy.
Okay.
Can you communicate with, this is going to show my age. Can you communicate with someone through Cash App? I thought you just send them money. Can you actually also like, hey man, let's go to dinner?
No, I think so. What it was when I was telling my wife about it, I think she was like, give me his number, and she typed it on Cash App. That's how you can look up one's information that's registered to Cash App. So it popped up his name.
You type in the Cash App number
type in the phone number in the Cash App.
In the Cash App. So if you know his number is 1234 or whatever the phone number is, type it in. It would say Big Easy or Preston Brown or
whatever his. Yeah, but he had his government or his nickname. I forgot what it was.
Okay.
It might have been P Brown, $ P Brown or something like that, right?
Yes, and then that what led me to go on Facebook. Remember, I said I went on Facebook. That's how I found him. So you can type the number in on Cash App, and then if you have a Cash App, if the phone number is registered Cash App, that's the only way you can find out who the person is. So that's how I found out his government name, because all he knew was Big Easy, and I'm like, that's not a name. When you're doing professional, when you're professional, you don't go by that, you know. So that's why I was asking him. So that's how I found him on Facebook. Okay. And that's how I knew his real name, Preston Brown.
Got it.
No other questions. That was it.
Thank you. Mr. Nance, questions for Mr. Cater?
How you doing? Prior to the dirt getting dumped in your backyard, was there any construction going on in my backyard? Or do you remember?
Not that I recall.
Okay. That was the only one.
That's it?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cater.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Nance, don't sit down. You're up. Before you get sworn in, Mr. Morton, did Mr. Nance share with you? I think we got a couple photos and a video, or it may have been a string of photos and a video. I haven't looked at them in detail. It looks like a deck being built in the backyard.
I got a photo I got an Excel spreadsheet.
Oh, I didn't open that. I did get an Excel.
For something, and then I got a video.
Okay. There may be foundation issues you want to explore. You've already raised the fair concern of, hey, kind of the door for new exhibits closed. I'm gonna be a little flexible with that. Do you have concerns about it was sort of undue surprise? Had I had these pictures, I would have had witness X, Y, and Z here, or they don't really go into that space?
As far as the photo and the video, I don't think that would have changed anything that I did.
Yeah.
However, the invoice, I'm assuming, is going to be presented to show that something was done or I paid for something, and I may have explored potentially taking that person's deposition or at least talking to them,
Sure.
or maybe even calling them as a witness, because until today, I did not know this person existed.
And that's what's inside the spreadsheet is evidence of an invoice, or there is?
It looks like it's an invoice or an
Okay.
estimate for something.
All right. Well, maybe Mr. Nance can testify about that before we get into its contents, and then I'll be more or less comfortable about that coming in. Thank you. Come on up, Mr. Nance.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God. Sir. Stay swear in the word.
Can you state and spell your name?
Zachary Nance, Zachery, Nance, Nance.
And what do you do, Mr. Nance, for a living?
General contractor.
How long have you done that?
Now 10 years.
All right. What's the name of your company?
Independent Tile and Flooring.
Independent Tile and Flooring. Are you actually a GC though? You could build a house, or your focus is on flooring?
Build a house.
Okay.
My background, construction.
Got it. But your focus is tile and flooring.
That's my specialty.
Your specialty.
That's my
Got it.
specialty.
Okay. Thank you. So you're under oath. You're kind of testifying now. Tell me what you want to tell me about erosion, dirt on the hill, mud in Ms. Ellison's yard.
Okay, so we purchased our house in February the 20th of 2020. And when we first got the house, I noticed like it had a lot of like trees and stuff planted in our yard. But the fence line, they actually put up a chain link fence. But my property line actually went farther beyond it. So in 20
So not that you think that your property was into Ms. Ellison's yard, but your backyard was deeper, and like, hey, let me open this. I think you mentioned that you have kids, you want more space. Okay.
10 kids. So
10 kids.
so it's a lot of.
That's a lot of kids.
They need all this thing.
Yeah. Wow. The house didn't look like it had 10 bedrooms.
It's a nice house.
It's a beautiful house. I'm sure. Does it have 10 bedrooms?
No, it have 5.
Okay.
A lot of bunk beds.
A lot of bunk beds. You have barracks. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I started cleaning it off then, and I noticed that once I cleaned out the trench that was going through our backyard, how the water really started flowing. So I put up that silk fence because I didn't want to completely tear my yard up too, and I know that to stop it from eroding.
Now the silt fence that you put up, was it only along the fence you shared with Ms. Ellison, or was it also, you have fence on the other side too? So like if you sliding down the hill behind the caterer's house, you'd hit your fence.
You were hit by chain link fence.
Yeah, chain link. And did you put silt there?
Nope.
Only along what you share with Ms. Ellison?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All the way down to the end. Because what I noticed was once I cleaned out, the area started becoming more and more muddy. So about time the caterers got the dirt brought in. Me and him was I had went and talked to him because I was letting him know I do construction. So he kind of wanted me to build him a retaining wall. So in the process of me building him a retaining wall, Ms. Ellison started complaining. And she was saying she wanted me to come in on a lawsuit with her so we could try to sue him. But I kind of like just brushed off and told her, like I didn't want to do that to him.
Mr. Cater wanted you to build the retaining wall back when he thought he was going to be able to keep all the dirt?
Yep.
Or this was after he had to remove the dirt?
know when he thought he was gonna be able to keep the dirt, because in the process of me digging out the dirt so I could start the retaining wall, code enforcement showed up and stopped this.
Okay, so you came in after Mr. Brown was done. Mr. Brown did whatever he did to basically extend the cater backyard. And then you were, I'm gonna use the wrong term, but you're basically smoothing it so you can get a wall in there.
Yeah. And before I went and met Mr. Cater, code enforcement and Miss Ellison came over to my house, and
They came together, like Ms. Ellison is standing with code enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And he was telling my wife that the earth could come off the hill and it could be a mudslide and kill the kids, all types of stuff.
Well, it sounds like there had been a mudslide just a few years before.
Right.
It went right through someone's house.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You wouldn't want to have 6 of your 10 kids swept away.
I don't know what to do.
No.
So, so I went. So that's when I went. Hey, help you out. Came up with something, and when we started.
Oh, meaning after code enforcement and Ms. Ellison said, this is really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
You went to Mr. Cater and said, I could get you a wall here.
Yeah.
Were you going to be like Mr. Brown and do it for free?
No.
No.
No. Georgia Power don't give no lights for free.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Those diapers are expensive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of kids worth of diapers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so in the process of them stopping, they said that he had to remove the dirt. So we had to fill out it was some form that had let them know he was gonna dump the dirt. So we filled that out. And also I hired another company. That's what the invoice for is called. I think it's Shackelford and Son. They're a grading company. So they actually installed the 16-inch drain pipe, but they installed it coming from the main drain, because our backyard, like our entire neighborhood, it drains through me and Miss Ellison yard.
Sort of along the fence line?
Yeah.
Because we did see in one of those pictures, there's this water, Ms. Ellison described it as going up towards her house. I couldn't tell which way it was flowing, but it wasn't muddy water. It looked like it was coming from somewhere other than up the hill.
That picture right there is actually, I sent the picture of it. It's on the side of our house.
Yeah.
And the way our yards are made, there is made to run off this way.
Okay.
So there's actually no way the water could come up to our house, because it's going to run towards the left corner of our yard, both our yards.
Okay.
But he installed the drain line in where the old trench used to be at. So what he did was he installed a 16-inch pipe and he put rocks in it so it don't clog up in there.
That's what you have in the back. We saw pictures of that.
That's
These
what's in my
big old rocks in the back corner of yours.
It's actually running towards the creek, the retention pond. So it's running that way. So whatever that's rolling off my yard and even off Mr. Cater's hill, it's already got a direction that it's going that way. Now what comes through my yard and her yard is actually our rain. It belongs to us.
Well, meaning things that are flowing sort of front to back diagonally. That's your rain because it's coming from the street or wherever.
Well, because our house, me and her house actually both sit on the hill too as well. Like our driveways are slanted too in the front.
Okay.
So if we got rain, that is going towards the street.
Okay.
And whatever's coming down from the back of our house is coming not just from our house, but from our neighbor house, everything from our sub.
Oh, from your own subdivision, because it also clearly there's water coming down the hill from the other one, but you're saying from your subdivision, there's water.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And it all eventually goes to creek and that retention pond a few houses away.
Yep.
Okay.
So my silk fence was up way before the dirt was even brought in. So I'm trying to, I was still trying to be neighborly because this is my first house too. So, I want to be over there tearing up stuff.
Where did you live with 10 kids before you had a house?
In Jonesboro.
Not in a house?
I was renting.
Oh, your rent was a house. You're just renting it.
Yep.
Got it. This is a house you bought.
Yep.
So the silt fence was up before Mr. Brown delivered all that dirt. Why was there a silt fence? Because of what you were doing in your backyard?
Because once I cleaned off all that vegetation back there, like I said, that area, because I had a excavator. So once we pulled all those vines and weeds and stuff out of there, when it rained, it was mud everywhere. So to stop her from doing that, and so I didn't want her to run in her yard, tear up her yard. I went on ahead and put down a silk fence.
Okay. Because of work you did on your yard.
Yeah.
I guess we heard a little bit about that from the engineer, where he said your yard now is actually a little higher in parts than Miss Ellison's, because maybe you were doing some.
Well, actually some of it came from the runoff.
Yeah.
But it all stopped in my yard because I already had my fence up.
Got it. And so it's getting thicker and thicker.
Yep.
In the same way that if it hit Ms. Ellison's fence and couldn't go under, it's gonna go up and up sort of along the fence on that side.
Yeah.
Same idea. All right.
By the way, Yon, like this, since me and my family moved in this house, we've been getting complaints from code enforcement from like Miss Ellison, even about just everything. So I'm not surprised that I'm in court right now, because
What kinds of things has code enforcement talked to you about?
basketball goals, the kids playing, popsicle papers, stuff like that.
Code enforcement shows up because of basketball?
Yep.
Okay, I thought it would be because you had a abandoned car in your front yard, or you put in 3 truckloads of dirt, but like a basketball goal?
I actually didn't have no dirt brought in.
No, you didn't. I was looking at the caters. They had.
Basketball goal, kids popsicle papers, stuff, just little stupid stuff.
Okay.
I haven't never got a citation or nothing. And I'm kind of like, if I'm being sued today, why wasn't I fined? Like why ain't nobody give me no ticket and say, hey, you responsible for this too? But now today it seems like I'm responsible for it, and honestly, I'm just a man in the middle.
Literally. Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, not really. Well, not unless we can look at my pictures that I sent you.
So why don't you tell us what the pictures are about, why you think they're relevant?
The one picture where I sent the side of our house where you can see her backyard, when she showed the water, and she was saying it was coming back up towards her house. If you look at that picture, you could tell that those hills run down this way. If you look at, so there's no way that water coming back up.
Okay.
And actually, if you notice that it's already got grass there and everything. So if it was doing that, then it been doing that. I also sent those pictures so I could show that I already had that silk fin up before all this stuff happened.
Okay. And what about there seemed to be some pictures about, I don't know if you were building a deck or something.
Because see, it just actually got in there because I was actually trying to take pictures of my progress of the house.
Oh, that's not relevant to this litigation.
The only thing that was relevant in the picture was the silk fence.
The silk fence.
To show that it was up, and it was actually up properly.
Okay.
Yeah, the grading company installed that for me.
Got it.
And I kept hearing them say that it was installed, it wasn't installed properly, but you think about it.
I'm not an expert. I wouldn't know.
I'm saying now we're looking at something that's 3-4 years old. So
yeah. So you think when it was initially installed, it was installed properly, but over time it got degraded. I mean, we saw some pictures where clearly it wasn't doing its job. It was all beat up, but that's what happens. They're not meant to be permanent.
Right.
Okay. Okay. I
actually left it there on purpose because I seen this coming, and I figured if I would have taken it up, I have no way to prove that it was there.
When you said you seen this coming, meaning the lawsuit coming or the runoff from the hill after this brown?
Well, at first when she used to talk to me, she stopped. So I noticed the distance then. So and then when code enforcement started coming and they were saying stuff, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave there.
Okay, better safe than sorry.
Yep.
Got it. And the spreadsheet is just an invoice from the company that did what? Put in all the rock drain in the back?
The rock drain and
okay.
The grading.
Okay. The grading. Tell me about the grading. Like they modified the slope of your yard?
Well, they modified what's coming out the Caters Hill. They had to modify that because of the way the mud was coming.
Okay, so it was a problem for you
It
also?
was a problem for me.
Okay, and I guess what's a problem for you is gonna be a problem for Ms. Ellison unless you've got the best silt fence in America, which you didn't, because it's gonna hit you and some of it's gonna get by. And we saw it. I mean, there's mud all over her yard that didn't used to be there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, I wouldn't say it didn't used to be there because even when we first moved over there, the side that she showing the water on, there was never no grass or nothing over there. It was mud. Because I used to go put down like the lime and stuff for like snakes and stuff.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't just do my yard. I would go over there and do her yard too because I got those kids.
yeah,
So there was never actually no grass or nothing. It been looking like that, even her fence.
what does lime do to snakes?
You know, you put down lime and sulfur, so it kind of like run the snakes off.
Oh, they don't like that?
No, they don't.
They stay away?
Yeah.
Okay,
So I used to do, not only did I do my yard, I would do her yard too.
okay.
And there was never any grass and it was always muddy over there. And I noticed that too. So I thought it was just came from the trench that we shed in our yard.
Okay. All right. Mr. Morton, do you have any questions for Mr. Nance?
Yes, sir. What's your general contractor license number?
My GC license number. I actually work up under someone.
So you're not a licensed general contractor?
But well, I'm licensed with my residential.
What's that?
It's a difference. You have residential contract and then you have a general contract.
Okay, so you have a license to be a residential contractor and you work under someone who is a licensed GC?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What's your residential contractor license number?
I need to look it up.
When did you get your?
When did I get
Yeah,
it?
when did you get it?
In 2022.
Who issued that license?
State of Georgia.
And, you know, they keep all those records online. You know that, correct?
But not, they wasn't residential.
You're saying they don't keep residential contractor licenses
Not
online?
residential.
When did you take the test?
You wouldn't be able to pull it up. I don't see how that's irrelevant in this, but you wouldn't be
You
able to
told
pull
the
it up.
court that you're a general contractor
I know
earlier.
what I told him, but I still don't see how my license number will have anything to do with this.
When did you take the test?
I'm still telling you,
How much did you post for a bond?
my bond had to be what? I want to say 20,000, and it's a surety bond.
When you search the Georgia Secretary of State Licensing Division website for your name, why does nothing come up?
I don't know.
Do you have any documents with you here today to show that you're a licensed contractor?
I had to bring it.
Do you have any records with you showing that you bought any materials to build this retaining wall?
Yes, I could pull it up on my Home Depot account.
You're referring to the retaining wall that wasn't built?
Right.
I believe he said he
I'm
started,
asking him which one he's asking about.
I believe he said he started smoothing out dirt on the caterer's property.
Well, I use the word smoothing because that was not a term of art. I just like it. So basically, he said the dirt had to be prepped and like meaning like you're kind of mushing it in so you could build a wall. It sounded like you had done some work before code enforcement showed up and basically said that dirt's going away. Don't waste your time building a wall.
Yeah.
Okay. So you keep going.
Do you have any records associated with the work, the partial work that you did do for the retaining wall?
What do you mean record, like what, like an invoice?
Well, you said that you were going to do it for free.
Right.
Do you have a contract with the caterers that indicates what they were going to pay you to do it?
Well, me and his contract were kind of verbally. But he wrote me, he gave me a check though. I don't know if you want me to go through my bank records to find it.
He, Mr. Cater, gave you a check. How was it for the whole thing or was it like an initial payment?
That was for the whole thing.
How much did he pay
He
you?
gave me 10 grand.
Wow, you do well in the trucking business. So you gave some of it back because you ended up not doing it?
No, what happened was instead of us building the wall, we just took it and we fixed the problem. So we hauled some dirt off. That's where those big pipes came from and those rocks.
Were you the guy who hauled the dirt away? I thought someone else hauled the dirt away.
Someone else did the guy that I hired to help me do. They did the grading.
Okay.
They hauled it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any records with you today showing that you paid somebody else to haul dirt away?
That's what I gave him one of the receipts. That's what the 24 is on there for. And I was actually looking for another one from the grading. So I had like 3 or 4 invoices from those guys.
Do you have any records with you today to identify or show this retention pond that everybody's talking about extensively?
No, if I would have knew that I would have had to, I would have got somebody to survey the property.
Do you have any photos showing the mud on Miss Ellison's property before the Caters dumped the dirt on their property?
I might do. That's why I've been looking through my phone to try to find it, because when we first moved in the house, I took a lot of pictures. So all of my evidence are in my pictures.
Okay. Well, if you find a picture that looks like, let's share this one.
Because even if you go back to her photos from 2021, when she said it first initially started, if you look at that fence ain't just get like that over a month.
I hear you about the fence, but there we go. Like that. That looks pretty fresh and wet and a different color from the dirt in your yard and her yard. That says to me it came from the hill.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I and the engineer talked about that. It's a little strange that it went up the fence, because if you are going where's this tool? If you're going this way, that's a little bit uphill.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can't get underneath that fence because it's all blocked up, then it's going to hit and flow that way. So all I'm saying is, if you can find on your phone, if that's where you keep your historical documents, photos like this that are from before the work done on the hill, I'd love to see them.
Okay. I had to look.
You'll be able to look a little bit later, but you didn't find them during lunch.
No, yeah.
So, okay, keep going.
And the code enforcement that you said was coming out to your house for basketball goal and trash and the children playing, do you have any records to show that that was Miss Ellison?
No, it's online. But he actually wouldn't tell me who it was, but he actually told me how I can go pull it up and look at the complaints. Miss Ellison, this elderly lady named Miss Ann, and I don't know their name. It's an older couple. He actually come down and take a trash can to the room for her. Like these are the 3 people that is called the code enforcement on this.
So it's not just Miss Ellison. There are other neighbors who, I assume they're neighbors on your cul-de-sac, not up in the Beaver, whatever it's called. Okay.
You said those records are online. Did you bring any of those records with you today?
I'm sorry, dude.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Cater, do you have any questions for Mr. Nance?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cater, anything?
No.
No? And you just say it out loud?
No.
No? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So where we are now, unless there's any rebuttal.
No, Judge.
Okay. We're at what we call closing arguments, and I'll give everyone a few minutes. We'll take a quick break. But what we're going to do is I'm going to hear from each of you. If you want to say anything at all, and here's where you get to argue now. So you're not testifying anymore. You're not under oath. And when I say argue, it doesn't mean you actually turn to Ms. Ellison and say, how could you do this? Why didn't you knock on my door? You're talking to me and you're saying, listen to the evidence that you've heard. And one of you might say, I didn't know anything about this. My husband did. All right, there's your argument. Someone else might say, I don't live up on the hill. I live right next door to her. So you're going to argue why you think you're not liable. And Mr. Morton is going to argue why he thinks you all are liable. You don't have to make an argument at all. It's not required. You didn't have to testify either, but you chose to. And I want to give you that opportunity because you all have been thinking about this more than I have. And more importantly, you know more of the moving parts. It's been helpful to hear from all four of you because it's the classic situation where if I just heard Ms. Ellison's perspective, I really wouldn't know the whole story about Mr. Brown. It's not her job to know about Mr. Brown and these truckloads coming in, but it's also not Ms. Ellison's problem that it was Mr. Brown. All of a sudden there was this extra dirt and we've seen some of the things that it did. So I'm gonna come back out here a little before 3 and I'll ask Mr. Morton to get started. And then I'll just work my way down the line like we've been doing. Any questions before we do that?
No.
No? Okay. Thanks, everyone.
He said you're calling her left and right, I call her when that changes. It's not just you. It's credibility. I'll make sure I'm pulling all that out for him. It's the judge too. Yeah, he was making the judge believe that is making the judge believe it's up in a month or two. And of course, when I hit him with this, oh, it's a year now. It's that's a credibility issue. So I'm gonna make sure I have credibility. See what some of the funny jobs. See what some of the funny jobs. Are they adhering to the Fulton County Attorney rules? Adhering to the Fulton County Attorney rules? What Fulton County Attorney rules? The attorney buys dinner. That's a new rule I haven't heard of. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. You heard of that one, right? Yes.
Yeah, they got to know.
I have a feeling. This is what I have a feeling. Based on the judge's last comments to him about how you'll have some time, it is possible that the judge is going to say, like, you guys got like 5 more days to send me anything else you want me to see or consider, and then I'll make a decision after that. That's what I'm thinking. So now, he can make a decision today if he wants to. But just that one comment he made to him about the photo, and he's like, well, you'll have time. That makes me think that he's going to. So, you never know. Judges surprise me all the time. I think it's convenient that you have this stranger just appeared in the story. Four witnesses with Mr. Brown. Oh, yeah.
When the code enforcer and the civil engineer came to the house, the mudslide had already happened.
Yeah. This is the actual citation.
It's my parents. My house. This is my parents' home. Yes, that's why that's my thing. I know. There it is again with the new subdivision. This is their plan. That's my house. See how far away it is.
So that subdivision changed names, I guess, whenever different builders came in, got kicked out.
Advertising Halloween stuff already. Advertising Halloween stuff already.
That sounds right. Every year they add on an extra month, right?
Right.
So it's July this year. Next year it'll be June. The year after it'll be May.
Christmas gifts in May.
Christmas in July.
Well, they put like they put Christmas stuff out on Halloween Day, I believe. So if you go into a store on Halloween Day, the Halloween stuff is gone and Christmas stuff is already up.
I guess they came to the Amazon thing. You go my Christmas shop.
Okay, Ms. Russell, are you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great, you've been doing great all day.
Thank you.
Let's turn to closing arguments. Mr. Morton? And so you all aren't surprised because plaintiff has the burden of proof if you give any closing arguments. When you're done, I turn to Mr. Morton to see if he has any last word. That's just how it works. If you were bringing the lawsuit, you'd get the last word because you're the one who, you don't have to prove anything. They do. When you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. As you heard today, my client has lived in her house for, I believe, 27 plus years. And so when we have the events that we have in 2021, she had been in the house for over 20 years. And as she testified, she had no problems with any draining issues or mudslides or anything in her property, even though a mudslide that apparently happened sometime in the past, that one didn't affect her property. And then in March of 2021, when the caterers have 2.5 to 3 dump truck loads of dirt dumped into the back of their property, my client starts having all of these problems. You've seen the photos showing what problems she's experiencing: mud, excess water runoff. It's coming across Mr. Nance's property. It's going onto her property. I understand that Mr. Nance has taken some efforts to try to stop that, but his efforts have not helped. In fact, as we saw in the pictures, that rock ditch that he created has already filled in with dirt itself, which is causing the water to just go over that drainage and onto my client's property. It, of course, is damaging the property in itself because it's changing the grading. And I think what the defendants may be missing is, yes, all the water is supposed to run to that back corner between Miss Ellison's and Mr. Nance's property. But when enough dirt and silt gets dumped there and that little corner gets raised, it's not going to continue to go to that corner. It's going to go somewhere else. It's going to go somewhere new because, as I think we all agree, water always tries to find the lowest spot. So once that corner gets raised a little bit, even though going along the fence may look like it's going uphill, if that corner is higher, that's where it's going to go. And because, as you heard Miss Ellison say, there used to be a 4-inch gap between the ground and the bottom of her fence where the water would run if it was not impeded by the silt. But now that the silt has built up along that fence, the area by the fence is now higher than the rest of her yard, which is causing the water to go in different areas and slowly creep towards the back of her house, which is now lower than where the fence is. Of course, we had Mr. Cater admit the 2.5 to 3 truckloads of dirt was dumped on his property. He agreed to have that dirt dumped on his property. So there's no dispute there. He dumped the dirt. it caused problems to neighbors downhill. The fact that he didn't take any efforts to try to figure out how this was going to affect people, how this was going to, or how it needed to be remediated, and things like that, that really doesn't matter. He dumped the dirt, it caused damages. The fact that the cracks may look like it's coming from the neighboring property, which belongs to the HOA, that doesn't matter either. He's the one that dumped the dirt. So if part of it went into the HOA's property and then made its way to Mr. Nance's property, made its way to my client's property, it doesn't matter where the dirt was dumped. He's the one that dumped it. And I want to point out that I think what they're focusing on some things, and in my opinion, what they're doing is they're putting red herrings up there, saying, Judge, look over here. Look over at the fact that she didn't come to my house and ring my doorbell and talk to me about this. The builder, we were told that the builder was at fault. That's why we didn't do anything. That's them just trying to deflect it to somebody else. Now we have this mysterious Mr. Brown who showed up and has now become part of the story. No information or evidence presented to even show that Mr. Brown exists or Mr. Brown even dumped this dirt. But again, the end of that story is the dirt was dumped, regardless of who dumped it, and it was dumped at Mr. Cater's direction. I will point out, some credibility issues that I noticed is that at first, when Mr. Cater was talking about the resolution of this dirt issue, he was making the court think that it all happened very quickly and was done within a couple of months. But then when I show him the documents from code enforcement, all of a sudden, oh yeah, it took over a year for me to get this stuff done and for me to get the code enforcement to agree to it. Of course, he only says that and changed the story once I actually showed him the documents from code enforcement. The same, I believe, also happens with Mr. Nance as well. I've been doing this for 20 years in June, as I just said, and every GC that I've dealt with can readily rattle off their GC number because that's a very important number to them, and it costs them a lot of time and money to get that number. Of course, when I ask Mr. Nance, he doesn't know his GC number, can't tell me when he took the test, not sure what his bond amount is. And of course, when I asked him why is his name not on there, he then changes and says, oh, I'm not a GC, I'm a residential contractor. Not sure what that means, but residential contractors need licenses as well. So he presented no information showing that he was a licensed person, and I presented to the court that I don't believe he's licensed. We have this $10,000 payment to do a retaining wall. No proof of that payment. Mr. Nance said he didn't even give it back to the caterers. That sounds odd to me. So I think, there's some credibility issues going on with both Mr. Cater and with Mr. Nance. Of course, Mr. Nance's response to a lot of stuff, the lack of evidence that I'm calling him out upon is, well, if I would have known, I would have brought it. Well, he's known, Judge. I asked for him. I asked from him in writing. You ordered him to give the information. He knew he was coming here today. I sent an email to them prior to when our pretrial order was due saying, hey, our pretrial order is due coming up. If you want to get me your list of witnesses and exhibits, I'm happy to consolidate everything. No response. So again, it's just more of their stories changing based on what's being presented to them. There are some credibility issues. But again, going back to where we're at is the dirt was dumped. The dirt was dumped by the caterers. Mr. Nance was involved in that process at some point, moving it around, hiring people to move it around, changing the grading of his property. So while Mr. Nance may have not dumped the property on the caterer's property, he was involved with it and exasperated the situation with his actions. Based on that, we believe that they should pay my client for her to be able to fix her property and reimburse her for what she's had to pay to get here because, of course, as Ms. Cater said, demand letters were sent and received. They didn't reach out to Ms. Ellison or her attorneys at that point. They just decided to ignore everything. As we presented, I believe that there are repair damages in the amount of $21,005.29. Where that comes from is the $4,000 that she had to pay to put in the temporary drain, the $10,937.77 that Erosion Management Services says that it will cost for them to fix all the draining issues on her property, and $6,067.52 from USCG to fix her fence along the back of her property. There's also charges for Mr. Landsberger. He is an engineer. As he testified to, the 2 invoices that were sent, those have been paid in full. We have this $4,000 sitting there in trust. I'm not calculating that into this number that I'm getting ready to tell you, but what I am doing is I'm adding 2.5 hours for the time that Mr. Landsberger was here today. He's charging $350 an hour per the invoices. So when you take the amount of invoices that have actually been paid, you add in that extra 2.5 hours, that would be $8,342.40 to Mr. Landsberger. Then we have the $6,592.50 of attorney's fees, which is what I've already testified to. And with regards to that, I would say that that falls under 91514A, because the court's familiar with that statute, but as it says, reasonable and necessary attorney's fees and expenses of litigation shall be awarded to any party against whom another party has asserted a defense with respect to which there existed such a complete absence of any justiciable issue of law or fact. They dumped the dirt. There's no dispute there. The dumping of the dirt is what's causing all the problems. Then Mr. Nance exasperated those problems with his actions. There's no dispute there either. So there is a lack of any factual defense or legal defense that the defendants can put up to defeat these claims. So I believe that attorney's fees are proper in this case. And when we get to some of the underlying claims, with nuisance and trespass, nuisance 4114 is a nuisance is anything that causes hurt, inconvenience, or damage to another. And the fact that the act done may otherwise be lawful shall not keep it from being a nuisance. Well, uses the word lawful. We know in this situation it was unlawful. Mr. Cater was cited and fined for his actions. So there is definitely a nuisance here. When we get to trespass, there are many different definitions of trespass, but in general, as pointed out by Black's Law Dictionary, trespass is simply entry on another's land without lawful authority and doing some damage, however inconsiderable, to that other person's real property. The actions of the Caters, the actions of Mr. Nance, putting this dirt on their property and then causing this dirt and water and mud to flow to my client's property is trespass. And of course, 5194 allows an owner of a property to bring a claim of trespass if their property has been damaged. So I would ask that the court award my client the amounts as I've laid them out. And I thank the court for its time.
A couple questions before I turn to the other parties. Share with me your theory of liability for Ms. Cater, based on her testimony, basically the record that is before me. How is she liable as opposed to, if I'm going to find anyone liable, why would Ms. Cater be liable for any of this?
And I'm not the one that initiated this lawsuit. Another attorney in my office initiated this lawsuit. So when I inherited this lawsuit, Ms. Cater was already on there. I was under the impression that Ms. Cater was also an owner of this property, and that's how I moved forward. Today, I'm hearing that she may not be an owner of the property, so I may side with the court. If she's not an owner of the property and she wasn't involved in this delivery of the dirt, she's probably not liable.
Okay, so I appreciate the candor. One more, as I said two. Articulate more Mr. Nance's liability. You've tried to link him into the dirt debacle because he offered to help with erosion control, a retaining wall. I'm not finding anything in the record that Mr. Nance knew the dirt was going to be delivered, encouraged the dirt to be delivered, but after the fact saw, because he is in the building business in some way, that's going to be a problem. And maybe I can help you out with a retaining wall. The retaining wall didn't happen, but it was meant to ameliorate the situation, not make it worse. And so what I'm trying to figure out is what you're pointing to that Mr. Nance did that made things worse for Ms. Ellison, other than living between the mud and Ms. Ellison. And I don't think that makes him liable. But if he's cheering the mud on, or he's shoving it over his fence to get it into her yard, but that's not this case.
And I thank the court for that question. My mindset is that yes, the court's correct that Mr. Nance was not involved with the delivery of the dirt, the dumping of the dirt, et cetera. But then once the dirt was there, he did become involved. As he testified, he was involved in moving the dirt and trying to alleviate the situation. And I think the word that I was using in the first part of my closing was, he aggravated the situation. We have him digging this trench on his property, which was supposed to take the water from his property to the back of his property. That trench ultimately fills in with dirt. And then what we have is, as Ms. Ellison said, is we now have sort of a pipe sticking out of the ground that is pointing directly at her property. So now it's shooting all that water onto her property. I know the intent was to take it to the back of Mr. Nance's property, but we now have it pointing directly at her property and bringing all that water onto her property. And there's been no attempts, to my knowledge, and there's been no evidence presented today that Mr. Nance has tried to fix anything with that. The second thing we have is we have a buildup on the fence line due to Mr. Nance leaving that silt fence in there for an extended period of time. And as you heard Mr. Landsberger say, that has essentially, between that and the grading that Mr. Nance has done to his property, which he's admitted that he did, has raised his property above Miss Ellison's property, 6, 7, 8 inches in some locations, when before it was smooth between the two properties. They were the same level. And we keep hearing about this drainage that's supposed to come between their two properties. Well, by Mr. Nance raising his property inches above Miss Ellison's property, what he's done is that shared water that's supposed to come across their two properties, it's all being diverted directly to Miss Ellison's property. So there's he's eliminated the shared water situation as well. So we have repairs by Mr. Nance, or attempted repairs by Mr. Nance, that has essentially, while there may be good intentions in what he was doing, he's essentially made it worse and is now directing water onto her property by that filled-in drainage ditch and pipe, and has now eliminated the shared water that's coming on her property from the entire subdivision, according to what his testimony was, that there's some drainage that comes through there from the entire subdivision. So not only is she getting all the mud and water and dirt from the Cater's property, from the Nance's property, now she's getting all the water from the entire subdivision that's supposed to be shared by her and Mr. Nance, according to Mr. Nance's testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Who's going first, if anyone? Ms. Cater? Yes, ma'am.
So the only reason why I kept saying that she didn't knock on my door was only because of what she entered into the computer system. So that's why I said that.
Got it. You were grabbing onto that.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I said that. I wasn't trying to point fingers at anyone. That's why I was saying that, because in the statement that she wrote, she knocked on the door. That's why I said that. And Mr. Brown, Preston Brown, his name is already entered into the documentation that we submitted to the courts as well. If I didn't write his name, then I believe my husband did it, because I know in my response I kept saying I didn't say yes to anything. So that's what's in my paperwork as well.
When you're saying your paperwork, you mean when you filed an answer way back when? Okay.
Whenever that was, yeah. Okay. So there was something else I was going to add. And I keep hearing that in the back of our house is running down, but wouldn't it run down Mr. Nance's property and onto our other neighbor property as well?
I don't know. You should be glad they're not here, but I don't know.
Because from my understanding, he was saying that it wasn't running down his property, like the back of our house. So that's when the code enforcement came and stuff like that. So that's why I was, And then he said that he thought that I was the owner of the house. Who told him that I was the owner of the house? That just keeps going back. If she would have came to me, she would have knew a lot of information that she thought she knew. That's why I'm just confused.
Right. And to be clear, what I heard Mr. Morton say is, I inherited this case from someone else who had already filed it and named, at the time, Mr. Nance was not in it. It named you and your husband. And that lawyer may have assumed, always a bad idea, that you guys are married, you've got a house, you must both be on the deed. That doesn't have to be the case. It could be your name and only your name. It could be neither of your names. It could be your uncle who bought the house and is letting you live in there. So I'm better understanding, and I appreciate Mr. Morton being pretty candid about it. It's like, well,
exactly,
my
yeah.
guess is Ms. Cater is in this case because my predecessor, his predecessor, thought she was a co-owner of the house.
Right.
But that you've helped clear that up.
Yeah. So wait, go back to what you just said. Because when I was speaking with the HOA about the whole situation, I remember they said they can't speak to me, and I was like, why you can't speak to me? They said your name is not on the house.
Right.
So let's break that down. When they say your name is not on the house, what does, I know what it means, but I just want to get your opinion. What does it mean when they say your name is not on the house?
I don't know what they meant by that. And I'm actually not so concerned about it.
Okay.
I was just trying to understand what the plaintiff's theory of liability was for you.
Yeah, that's
having
what
heard
happens.
everything,
Yeah.
your husband thought, let's get this dirt, it'll be helpful. His testimony was, I almost fell off. I gotta go out my back door to roll the garbage out. I almost fall off this cliff. And this guy shows up, he seems well-meaning, wants to do a solid. Great, I'll take the free dirt. I get it. That all makes sense.
Yeah.
None of this is criminal thinking. You're like, great, I'll take the dirt. You just helped emphasize that wasn't my idea. Good idea, bad idea. I wasn't in the mix. I didn't deal with this guy. That's my husband's thing. There may be parts of our household where he would say, I don't do that. That's my wife. She deals with that. But this case isn't about that. And so all I was trying to understand from Mr. Morton was what his theory was as a lawyer as to why are you personally responsible? Because you're sued personally. It's not your company that's sued.
Exactly. It's
why are you
me.
personally responsible? Right. And he shared with me his thoughts, and I appreciate it. So it really doesn't matter if your name is on the house, and it doesn't mean like on the side of the house it says Shanae Carter. But if we were to look up the deed or the title, it might just have your husband's name on it.
So on the deed, it is my name, but on the mortgage, it's not. So that's what HOA was saying. That's why they said can't talk to me, because they said the house is not in my name.
Okay.
That's why they said we have to only talk with your husband.
Okay.
So everything like legal and stuff like that goes through him. It can't come through me, they said.
Okay.
So that's why I was just confused too. But
That's
that
all
was
right.
it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cater.
No,
You're good?
I don't have anything to add.
You're good. All right. Mr. Nance.
I do.
So, the first thing I'm gonna speak on is something that Mr. Morgan's trying to attack my credibility. They're not giving away houses. I had to prove documents, show where my money come from, bank statements.
Meaning you had to prove you've got a reliable stream of income to get your mortgage.
Yes, and I've been self-employed since 2014. So, then nobody just gave me that. I don't know if it's too late for you to look at them, but I actually went and found some pictures.
It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I looked at them. It shows you flipping burgers in your backyard.
But if you look at the fence, though, that's the only time you can see. You can see her fence. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
When we first moved in.
All right, what I'm not going to do is rely on them, because it was already a little late to let your other stuff have me look at it. But you should focus on what did come in. When you testified, Mr. Cater testified, all these people for Ms. Ellison. That's what we're talking about.
Okay. And also with the when he's saying there's a pipe sticking out the ground. I never saw a pipe sticking out of the ground. I don't know if you saw it.
Well, I'm gonna have to look at it again. There's one picture that's kind of dark and blurry, and Ms. Ellison said, "Yeah, that pipe right there." I couldn't see it. Doesn't mean it's not there. Right. She's looked at the picture 100 times, and probably the original rather than something on the screen. And so I'll look and see. But I want to be clear. I don't believe, and I didn't hear Mr. Morton say you intentionally. I don't believe like I'm going to design this so it's like a fountain into her yard.
Right.
It may have been an unintended effect. And that's what I heard Mr. Morton say, is that you're trying to fix what's going on in the back of your yard. But if as a result of your well-intentioned efforts, things got worse for Ms. Ellison, that's a legal theory of liability. You meant well, but you weren't careful about how you did it. You were negligent, and things got worse for her. That's what he's arguing.
Well, to be honest with you, even with that argument alone, like our yards are made for the water to run through them. So either way it goes, the water is going to come through my yard to get to her yard.
Right.
I don't feel like they proved the case of saying, you know, like this all happened because of the dirt, or this all happened because Mr. Nance put a drain line in his yard. Like no one never showed a photo of the opposite side of the fence to even show the dirt at the bottom. Because if you think about it, if you pay somebody to build your fence and they build your fence 4 inches off the ground, you looking at something like this. You probably gonna say something to them, because why does my fence have a gap under it?
Right, all the squirrels can come under, or the snakes.
Rodents and everything can come under your fence.
Yeah.
So if you was gonna prove that the mud did all of this damage to your stuff, you should have on the opposite side of that fence and show, because the mud, it still got to be there. You could clean it up, got the leaves, and show where that mud filled the opposite side of your fence, and now the water can't get through. Nobody never provided those photos. I think and also, like I said, with the land survey, everything wasn't properly surveyed. So I don't think they was able to prove that case that we.
What do you mean everything wasn't properly surveyed?
Okay, like even with when the last guy, when he was showing which way the water should run. Yeah, he should have been able to show this is how it's supposed to be going, because that's what they paid. They paid that man a lot of money to do that. So he didn't show where it should have been going. He just showed with the only like small factors: her yard, my yard, and which way it should have been going. But he didn't show it should have came from my yard to her yard to over here. It was part of it. It was halfway.
Okay,
it wasn't a complete story.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, anything you want to say in rebuttal?
Just brief. I know that's a funny word for attorneys, but
yeah, not a reliable one.
Yeah, as Ms. Cater said, she is a co-owner of the property, so that indicated why she was named in the lawsuit, and I'll let the court deal with that as they see fit. As to Mr. Nance, I didn't question his income or his ability to buy a house. I questioned whether he's a licensed contractor or not, and I'll stand by that until I'm told otherwise. As to the pipe, Ms. Ellison did testify as to what the results of that ditch in the pipe are and how it's dumping water on her property. So hopefully you do see the pipe on there when you look at the.
I wasn't doubting her. I didn't see it right away, but I was also trying to listen to testimony. So I'll take a look.
And as far as Mr. Nance bringing up a survey, I don't think a survey is necessary. The Caters have readily admitted they dumped dirt on their property, and that's where the dirt's coming from, according to them, Ms. Ellison, the engineer. So I don't think a survey showing exactly where the property line is necessary, because the dirt was dumped in the back. They admit it was dumped in the back. They admit it was dumped on their property. And of course, all these problems started immediately after that dirt was dumped.
Thank you.
Your Honor, my wife didn't agree on the dumping. I did.
That's what I was saying.
I got you. Two things. We're done. So
her, she didn't say anything.
No more arguing. We finished.
No,
he got the last word, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Your testimony was clear, and Ms. Cater's testimony was clear. It was your idea.
Correct.
I got it. I don't think of, and was not Mr. Nance's idea either. It's your idea. All right. So here's what happens next. I need to take this under advisement and spend a little more time with the exhibits and look at the complaint again, see legally what it is that Ms. Ellison has argued for, to see if it's been proven. I might feel like one case is more convincing than the next, just sort of on a personal level, but there are elements to nuisance. To prove a nuisance, you have to prove A, B, and C. So I need to make sure if this record proves a nuisance, if it proves a trespass, all those kinds of things. And then if I decide that, what would the damages be? And I might decide that nothing like that has been proven. I will enter a written order, and that will be the result of the trial of this case. It won't happen tonight. It won't happen tomorrow. It'll be soon. I know you all are ready to be done with this. And more importantly, figure out how you're moving forward on it. But I appreciate everyone's time. This case is a little bit older because it took a while for things to move along, but I will get the order out soon. And I think you're now all on e-filing. You all get notices when something is put in the docket.
Correct.
Do you, Mr. Nance? Okay, great. Then that's how you'll know. You'll get one of those things, ding, there's something new in the docket, and click on that, and that will be my order in connection with this case.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You guys have one kid?
Two now.
Two now, since the dirt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, how old are your kids?
4 and 1.
4 and 1, what are their names?
Mozzie and Maloney.
All right, you're good, you do that in tandem. All right, Ms. Ellison, your household is you and
Me.
you?
Yes.
All right, and you've lived in that neighborhood for a long time?
Yes, actually, my parents own the house. I grew up in that house. I left for several years and I came back.
Oh, well, it's nice to be able to come back to it. Did you rent it out when you were gone for a while, or it just was, or your parents were still in it when you?
So there,
Okay,
they never released ownership. They just deeded the house over to me.
to you? Okay, well, good. All right, well, thank you all for your time. Mr. Nance, get back to your army of kids. You have almost an entire football team. One more. Yeah, I don't know if that's in the cards. Hope not. Yeah, at least you can count them with 2 hands with 10. Yeesh. I don't recommend following the Nance example, Caters. You need a different house.
We're 2 and out.
You're done? 2 and out. That's how I did it. All right, but it sounds like the neighbors love it. Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Morton, you will take care of Ms. Russell. You asked for the court reporter to be here, so you,
She'll send me a bill.
okay, all right. Thank you, Ms. Russell.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mr. Morton, I don't know if you can still hear me. This is the court reporter. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Do you just want to do this as appearance today and possibly order later on, but just put it in as appearance today, or do you want to go ahead and order a copy?
Yeah, I just need appearance and takedown, and then whether I need a transcript